could make it easier, lighten the load. But where's the fun in a smoother road? Why give a break when you can just say character build and pay? Swipe that card, hear the beat. Promises taught, but the price is leave. Take the hit, they'll say, be grateful, that's about it. They say it's global, say it's out of their hands, but we all know who's drawing lines in the sand. Oh, you hear them talk, but it's all delay. Another press conference, another price to pay. Just But where's the fun in a smoother road? Why give a break when you can just say character building, pay and pay? Swipe that card, hear the beat. Promises taught, but the price is leave.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Biggest turnout we've had so far this week, Minister. Welcome. It's still the morning. I've just checked. Welcome to our hearing with you as the Minister of Education. Really appreciate you and your officials being here. We have an hour, 10 minutes with you. So we've got about 3.5 to 4 minutes. Phil's monitoring the time. I look forward to your opening remarks and then we'll open for questions.
Thank you. I won't take long in opening remarks.
Thank you.
I'll leave lots of time for questions. I just want to acknowledge my Secretary of Education, Ellen McGregor-Reid, for her great service over the last year. We have had another excellent budget. The last two budgets were pretty outstanding, and I was extremely proud of what we were able to deliver this year, even given the tight fiscal times that we're in. And not only were we able to invest in what I said we would, which was the secondary, make this a secondary budget, because we have got a lot of changes in terms of NCEA shifting into NZCE, and of course the senior secondary curriculum coming on stream as well. We required lots of funding for that, which I'll talk about. But also, as I promised the sector, that we would continue to invest in the teaching the basics brilliantly through our primary and intermediate reforms around literacy, raising literacy and numeracy. We've made significant investments into structured literacy, structured maths, the curriculum, the resources, the professional learning and development, and I made a commitment to schools and the sector and teachers that we would continue to invest year on year. And so even though I had suggested last year this would be a secondary budget, there was a significant amount of funding in this year's budget as well to do what I said we would, which is continue to invest year on year. And so it was great to see $131 million of funding into literacy and maths support, in particular the setup of the maths hubs, the hands-on tactile resources which schools had been calling for, equipment for their classrooms, the additional 36 full-time equivalent teachers for targeted maths supports, and remembering that that 36 is then it's half funded, so the schools fund half, so it's actually double that in reality, which we're building on year on year on year, looking at the results that we see. Also particularly excited about the writing tool, which many schools who can afford to purchase such a tool have done so, but those who can't afford it are without. And I've had plenty of calls from the sector to make sure that there was equity and access to tools like this. And for those schools who are paying for it, freeing up their budgets to do other things. We've targeted that at sort of that mid-level, intermediate and just under. We wanted to make sure though, however, we weren't using digital tools for younger students. And so that's why there you see the workbooks rather than a digital tool, because we want them doing handwriting. It's so important for their development. So that's a very exciting part of the budget. But then moving into secondary achievement, huge investment into the supports that we need to support the new curriculum rollout in terms of all of the resources that are required, as well as professional learning and development. There is a significant amount in the budget for NZQA, and I've got Grant Clinkham here today to talk to any of that, because they are going to be, will have quite a big delivery function in the new curriculum, the new assessment program. We also listened to schools who said, hey, we need a bit of extra funding for delivering what's called the co-requisite, but soon to be in the next few years, the foundational award as well. And then of course, the really big part of the budget was the vocational part. We've always said that it's really important for us to have parity of esteem of academic subjects and vocational or industry-led subjects. We are developing those alongside the academic curriculum areas, but the gold standard delivery, of course, is trades academies, and there is always more students who want to get into a trades academy than we have had places for. So this significant investment to double the numbers by 2030 have been very welcomed by the sector, and we're working for that now. And also there's some money in there for the Industry Skills Board, of course, to develop those curriculum documents in conjunction with the sector themselves, to make sure that there's a skills match, that we are ensuring that people have the right knowledge and skills when they come out. I just, in finishing, want to talk about something I'm particularly proud of. In the last two budgets, we have always had ring-fenced funding for our specialist schools, and I want to particularly call out those principals and teachers in specialist schools who do an absolutely incredible job, and we have been backing them since day one. This budget invests in 27 new satellite classrooms around the country. For the first time, we're heat mapping where all of the black spots are. It also provides funding for another specialist school, which is now the third we've been able to announce in 3 years after having built none for 50 years. And I'm particularly proud of that. And we'll be announcing where that is once we've finished a little bit of consulting. in the next few weeks, and 79.2 million into special education. So I'm particularly proud of that, and I'll finish there and take lots of questions. No doubt.
Thank you. And there will be lots. And we're opening with a question from Ginny Anderson.
Thank you very much. Estimates appropriation highlights the government's expected to spend just over 12 million on strengthening curriculum insights and progress study. That same study shows no real change in maths since 2013. Why do you use different international data set to try and say that there has been a decline in New Zealand?
Well, there's lots of different data points that we use to look at how the state of maths is. And, I'd note there's a really great letter written by the NZPF, New Zealand Principals Federation, to the Secretary of Education at the time that talked about the decline in mathematics over the last couple of decades. There's also a quote from Chris Hipkins in Radio New Zealand article in 2022 talking about the decline over the last 2 decades in maths results. So there are a number of different things that we use. International results showed that we had our worst ever PISA results in around 2022, I think it was. 2029, TIMS had the biggest drop as well, which is trends in maths and science study. So internationally, we can see that there are huge declines. And our own data shows that only 45% of young people are hitting curriculum expectations by the time they go to high school. That was under the old measure, NMSSA. And we've got to remember that that is over a band. That's anywhere from the end of year 6 to the end of year 8 is considered at curriculum because we didn't have a year-by-year standard. Now that we do, of course, it's dropped and it's in the 20s, which is equally as terrible. I don't think there's anyone who disagrees that maths and writing and reading have not dropped over the last couple of decades, and it's particularly highlighted in that letter to the Secretary of Education by NZPF in 2021, which basically says there's a lack of leadership and the results are terrible, which I think is clearly why the previous government invested in the Royal Society Math Report, which highlighted a range of recommendations that unfortunately weren't put in place, but we have now done that through the Maths Action Plan. So what I'm really proud of seeing in the SIPS report is that the SIPS report measures 2 things, over time progress and averages, and also how many students each year tip over being at curriculum. And we traditionally see a massive drop between year 4 and year 8. Goes from like 80% to less than half in almost everything. Maths is particularly bad. And for the first time this year, and I can bring my curriculum expert up to sit beside me because she can talk to this. For the very first time, we saw a shift away from that trend in year 6 in maths. 6% of students are at curriculum.
Just on that.
Hang on a minute, I'm still speaking. I'll finish and you can ask another question.
It's quite long.
It is important to note that at year 6, for the first time, we've seen a statistically significant increase and of 6%, and writing was 5%. And so that is statistically significant. To say that there hasn't been an improvement in mathematics or writing is wrong. And I would invite you to talk to Charles Dar at NZCER, who I've had the benefit of background information, and I'm very happy to provide a briefing with my officials and Charles Dar, if he agrees. I'm sure he will. I know he wants to talk to you about these results. But the last thing I'll say is when I spoke to Charles Dar about the SIPS results, he said to me, Minister, what you can expect will be probably a decline because there's such a big change on the sector. You've got new curriculum, you've got new pedagogy, you've got all of these new materials. The best you can expect is it to stay flat. When we saw an improvement in writing and maths, and it is only, only after 3.5 terms of reforms, that is statistically significant and was a surprise, a welcome surprise to everyone, even Charles, who was like, that is, if we can see this, small increases every single year, that's what we need to see. And I want to just shout out to all of the principals and teachers around the country who made this happen, because it's because of them and their picking up of the new curriculum and they're undertaking a PLD and changing their teaching practices. Remember, 80% of them change their teaching practices in English and maths, that we are now seeing these improvements, and we should celebrate their success.
Thank you. Supplementary.
Thank you. So this committee has received 2 reports, one internal, one external, that say that change was not, in fact, statistically significant. Why did you also fail to communicate, well, you did communicate that, potentially incorrectly. Why did you fail to communicate to parents that that same data you've just referred to shows increased disengagement from students under her watch? And it says an increase to the share of Year 8 students saying they do not enjoy reading or maths and who do not feel they're good at those subjects. Why was that not reflected as well as what she's reporting, a statistically significant increase?
Well, just firstly on the first point, you are wrong, Ms. Anderson. It is a statistically significant jump in mathematics at year 6 of 6%.
I think that's your view.
It's not my view. I'll pass over to my officials because I'm not making it up. It is in all of the reports. It's in SIP's report. It's in the reports provided to me by my officials. So I'll let you speak to that.
We have that data comes out of our study team that is run by Otago in a partnership with NZCER. They provide us the results and they do all the analysis of that. That analysis pointed out to us where we had statistically significant improvements and where we were remaining stable. That including other data points that are tested in the study as well, like student engagement and their enjoyment of the subject. We have that peer reviewed by our own analysts back at the ministry to make sure that we've got that assurance over the data. And like the minister said, probably we were expecting to see a good stable flat line because we're building momentum over time. We were all pleasantly surprised to see that increase at those particular levels, which shows us that, as the minister said, for the first time, we could see where we were not replicating the same trend we'd seen in the past, which was between years 4 and year 8. We were seeing less kids being successful at year 8 than we were at year 4, and having that year 6 check-in, which was new, and the previous government agreed to this. Having that year 6 check, allowing us to look in and make sure that continuing decline wasn't occurring. We'll keep investing and enables us to pinpoint where those additional investments need to go to support those students who aren't at level.
Can I make a
Coming
point
back to
around
why it
year
wasn't
8?
communicated to parents about the disengagement factor. So
Can
why
I
was that not
Can I make a
communicated?
point around year 8? Year 8 results are going to take the longest to shift, as you can imagine, because they've had all of their schooling without a clear curriculum, without the resources and materials and the professional learning and development. And that's why we're putting so much resource in at year 8 and year 7 and 8 in terms of the maths tutoring 4 times a week to 14,000 students, now extended up to year 9 and 10 as well, and the acceleration writing. And you will see that the results will be more significant at the bottom end as they climb up. The year 8 teachers are only just going into their professional learning and development now for maths and for structured literacy and the like. So we've been building very much from the bottom up and rolling it out up the year levels. So you will expect, I would have expected to see more of a shift in the lower years because of all of the investment than the higher years. But even saying that, in mathematics, every single year went up. In fact, in year 3, there's been a 5% shift from 23 to 25, and in year 8, see only a 2% shift. That's not statistically significant, but if we keep seeing that year on year, and as the students from lower year levels, so having all of that support and intervention roll through, it will improve.
Further supplementary?
Are you concerned that your approach with the curriculum and the approach you're taking will effectively rank schools with those ones at the bottom we know being labelled schools of concern and potentially being able to be taken over by a charter school once they're at the bottom? Do you think that that disadvantages families that are already struggling with the cost of living?
What disadvantage? So what's the thing that disadvantages them?
Having your local school, the only one that you're able to access, being publicly labelled a school of concern. Would you want your children going to that school?
Well, if we don't have sunlight on things, things don't change. And that's, I think, the reason that we've seen nothing change for the last 30 years. And we've had schools that have been failing.
So how does that help
Hang on,
them?
I'll finish my answer again. If you just want to run this so that you ask, I answer. We've had this problem for decades. And what we see is schools fail, and parents know it. And if they don't have the ability to go to a private school or move or do something different, then they are stuck with a school that is failing them. If our different approach is to actually go, how do we identify them? And then what do we do to invest in them? And the fact that we can now assess and look at different schools and their results, we are now able to go, hey, we've just invested in 350 structured literacy intervention teachers and hundreds of structured maths intervention teachers. We've got all of this tutoring programs in maths and in writing. Now we can help direct resource into these schools. And also we can take a look and work with ERO on what school improvement measures we need to undertake. And we've already got a number of things we're trialling around the country. We've got high impact teaching pilots going on. I've got the wonderful Honourable Calvin Davis working at Potaka College, working on a bit of a blueprint for school intervention for us, so that we can now say to these schools, hey, we've got the resources for you. We can come in and invest, and we've got a blueprint to help you change so that over time these schools can become wonderful schools, because those are the ones we need to invest in the most. But if you hide that, we have what we had for the last 30 years, which is nothing.
So in the United Kingdom, where this was implemented, it did, and it's proven to further entrench existing inequalities. I've met with schools in South Auckland who are deeply concerned that your changes are going to make their communities even further marginalised than they are now.
Through
and that's
what?
Parents and teachers.
Through what exactly is marginalising them?
By ranking them and calling those schools at the bottom publicly a school of concern, and having ERO come in.
For a start, we're not ranking schools.
You are.
Schools are not being
That's what
ranked.
the Education Act says.
But there is, of course, and there always has been, and I'll get Alan McGregor-Reid to speak to this, we've always had schools of concern. Now we're just going to be investing in them to make sure that we improve them. And you want to talk to school
It will be good to
improvement?
hear from Alan how you're investing in
In
them.
fact, ERO can come, because they're the ones, if I'll just get ERO up to talk about these schools of concern. And also, I would just point out while we're waiting, in the Act that we're changing, we will be acting far more quickly when ERO have identified a school of concern. The concern that I had is that ERO will identify a school of concern and then nothing happens, and they continue to fail. Now it is on us. As soon as that's identified, within a couple of days, we know it's happened. We get a report within another period of time, and then we have to do something about it.
Great.
Sorry, but you want to talk about it we've always had these labels.
Yes, they've always been around, but I think that the issue now is that it's clearly a systems approach to actually trying to resolve those sorts of issues. So we've got more money in the budget to go and do, focus more attention on these schools. So we're, on site more often, either termly or quarterly, which I think is a really good way to, termly or at least, termly or quarterly. And then that's really giving us the opportunity to provide information to the ministry really quickly around what an intervention framework would look like.
Great. Thank you. We've got a supplementary. Oh, sorry, Alan.
The minister's right. We've always had schools who have struggled at different times. Schools come in and out of that cohort. As a ministry, when we look back in time, we haven't always had the focus on supporting those schools so that parents don't have to live with the reality of their local school or the school they're in zone for not being a great school for their child. What we have in legislation, and we've never really used, is a range of interventions at quite low levels. We also have at our disposal as a ministry a range of supports. And so our focus as a ministry, triangulating with ERO, is working collaboratively with schools on how can we get in there, how can we help them, how can we make sure that they are a great school. And schools will come in and out of that over time.
Thank you. Now go to the supplementary question from Lawrence Unan.
Thank you, Chair. I've got quite a few supplementary questions. Just want to check if the minister wouldn't mind also to keep her responses succinct, because we do have quite a few questions to get through. I want to start by the broader question around junior curriculum, and then move on to senior curriculum. Can I check? Summary of initiatives: new funding for senior curriculum, no new funding for junior curriculum, other than literacy and numeracy, which I know that the minister is already working on. So there's no new funding for the, let's say, science, social science, arts, health, PE, and etc. that is in there, that is required by the beginning of 2017. Why?
There is new funding. So in
the summary of initiatives.
So I believe in the foundation awards, Pauline, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, if you wouldn't mind coming to the table. We have the science kits rolling through. We also
Science and music kits, but that's not curriculum support.
It is actually. The science kits are not only a box of stuff, they also contain lesson plans, unit plans in both Te Reo Māori and in English as well. So that is quite a significant support that was designed to go with that curriculum. level. We also have supports that will be rolling out with the social sciences curriculum as well, resources, lesson plans, and the like. So you can talk more to that.
So, and we also have the music kit. So we're looking at each learning area as we roll it out, making sure that for each learning area, teachers have good overview of what that learning area looks like and needs to be taught each year. What a yearly plan would look like for the content in that learning area, and what sample lesson plans and topics look like. So each teacher, if you like, has got an off-the-shelf package of tools and resources they can use to start using the new curriculum. That's supported by the professional learning. That's both making sure we're upskilling teachers in the knowledge of the content and content of that learning area, but also supporting them build their pedagogical approaches to teaching in ways that make sure kids know, understand and able to do the things that are expected of them in a year-by-year curriculum.
I can probably explain what you're seeing in the estimates versus what's being funded. So there was obviously investment last year. There is some more investment this year, but over successive years. So we've been looking at refreshing the curriculum since 2019, the ministry's had investment coming in. That investment's still there. So we've been able to move money around and prioritise money towards the primary curriculum rollout. So there's work you see additional investment in through the budget, and then there's existing investment which will also support the primary curriculum. Which
sorry, to be clear.
Thank you. We would like to put that amount to that or ask them afterwards.
We can come back and write to you with that.
Just further on in terms of senior curriculum, and finally I've got a final question on overall curriculum budget. $20 million over 2 years for initiative over 3 years for seniors secondary subjects, professional teaching and learning. That's for all 32,000 secondary teachers, which is about $600 per teacher across 100 subjects. What sort of value for money are you expecting from that amount? 600 per teacher.
So of course, it's in the senior secondary area. Teachers don't teach all of those subjects. They're specialists and they teach one, maybe two of those subjects. Some schools maybe a little more, but generally speaking, they're not trying to get over all 100 of those curriculum.
True.
They do come also with specialist knowledge of their subject in the main, and so we build off that. We think, and we're using a very similar formula that we used in previous changes to NCA and curriculum, which was making sure that all teachers would have access to days where they could unpack the content of their subject area, and then could look at working together on the resources and the types of lessons and lesson preparation they need over a period of time. And we want them to be able to do that as we roll out year 11, then come back and do that as they look at what year 12 looks like, and then build on that for if they're taking the teaching the subject in year 13. So we think using, as we have to date, a mix of face-to-face, jumbo workshops and hybrid types of online forums that we've been using in the primary sector will have good value for money and good spread of that professional learning, and those resources that go alongside it will sit on taharangi freely available to schools.
And can I just remind members we're supplementaries on results?
I thought the supplementary was on curriculum.
We started on results, but we're kind of straight in there. It doesn't matter. It's all good.
Okay.
Just
I just have one.
because otherwise
final-
it's going to go wild.
Thank you. I have one final question on curriculum. This is main for Minister and Ministry. Minister, are you aware that in budget 2026, some of the lines for funding on what is being reflected for both the budget for 2025 and the actual budget for 2025 is wildly different from what is stated in Vote Education 2026. So I'll give you an example. In budget 2025 for centrally funded professional learning and development, the budget was $106.9 million. That has not changed in the supplementary estimates. But in the budget that we're seeing in budget 2026 for budget 2025, this is page 124 of budget 2026, that figure has changed drastically, and there's a $40 million reduction.
Is this?
why has so I've matched the appropriation line by line for curriculum over the two budgets. Some of them are consistent, but some of them are wildly out by millions and millions.
So we can come back and write into you on any of those matters, but what will happen in any big change program is we will estimate the costs for any given year. But as we get into rolling things out, we might spend more in one year, less in one year, and we transfer money over into future years.
Which will be reflected in the supplementary estimates. This is not,
This isn't?
no, this is to
Okay.
do with what is
Andy?
supposed to be budgeted in the previous 2025 year. That's now $40 million less.
I will get
Yes,
my
so-
budget estimates document lead to talk about that technicality.
So without looking at the specific example, as well as the fact that, you know, service lines do sort of shift between years, we've also pursued quite a significant restructure of the estimates for vote education this year, which
know.
has involved recategorising quite a number of expenditure areas. And so I think it's likely that there's something within that line that we've decided is better sits within a different appropriation. What I can do is come back to you with some more information in writing on the estimates restructure.
Yeah.
And if it's helpful and the minister agrees, we'd be happy to sit down and work that through with you in more detail if that's helpful.
I think that's quite helpful because $40 million out is quite
Yeah.
significant.
Sure.
Yeah, it's not lost. It's just, it'll just either be transferred or we've shifted it
And
somewhere else.
Andy's right, we'll, in an aim of more transparency around what we're actually spending on what as a ministry, we have restructured our appropriations, made improvements to our performance measures. And OAG actually did mention to me ahead of time, it might be useful to make time available to the committee to talk through that restructure and how things map. So that could well be it.
Great, thank you. We have a supplementary question from Grant, then Hannah, we'll move on to a primary from Lawrence, and then we'll carry on from there.
You're just going back to the schools concern, because Lawrence sort of went off on a different tangent.
I heard curriculum.
That's all right, it's all right.
Just like, I applaud what you're doing because the example I use of being more proactive and why that's so important is in my own electorate in Northern College, where they at the very, they got to the point they had a commissioner. How would it advantage the local parents who knew and the kids who knew that things weren't that great if we were able to be more proactive?
Well, as I said, one of the things is that we're not getting on top of things early enough. And we are now looking at how we do things differently, because we have also looked at some of the data. I had Eero pull it on a while ago now on what happens after we put commissioners and LSMs in. And, you know, over a 5-year period, we don't see a significant shift. We've got to do things differently. We have to use really good data to know exactly what sorts of investment are required. We need to act more quickly because we're waiting way too long to intervene. We need to intervene much earlier. And so, you know, having this consistency of reporting and having Eero in more frequently allows us to do that. You know, we want to make sure, and I've talked about this a lot, around that equity piece, that no matter your background or what your parents do, that your means should not determine your destiny. And unfortunately, the reality is in this country, your means do determine your destiny. We have to shift that, and part of that is being open and transparent about the state of education and making sure we're putting in, that puts transparency and accountability on us as well. Because you want to see over time the number of schools who are moving out and staying out and being out successfully. And that's, you know, a really important figure. If you don't have this level of transparency, then governments can continue to float along. Things are not doing well, but there's no accountability on us to do things well either. So if you wanted to add to that.
I'll just add to that. Minister, we've supplemented a new service that we've been offering since last year, a little bit before that, with leadership advisors. And these are former principals or principals we have on secondment that work very closely with principals in the sector. That is a huge additional support to principals in schools, particularly those that are working their way through how they might be turning around long-standing challenges, working in communities where there's long-standing challenges. In addition, some of our statutory interventionists, our commissioners, our limited statutory managers, they're building quite a practice. So if I refer to the very good work done at Northern College that raised its NCEA results over the last year. Some really good work done by Dr. Edwards,
Yes.
working alongside and with the school. These are the kinds of practices that we need to introduce to schools before a statutory intervention is required. So we're looking at how we improve our service mix right across the country with that in mind.
And you remember, you may remember in the last, not this budget, but the last budget, we doubled the number of those leadership advisors from, I think, 16 to 32. right?
32.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Committee, can I just remind you, we're still on the first primary, so we're going to have a final supplementary from Hana Rafti Mai Park, and then we're going to move on to Lawrence Hunan, and then we've got a range of other primary questions. So if we just bear that in mind, I know that each primary question gets really exciting, but just we've got to keep it moving, otherwise we'll get stuck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Am I able to still do the results and curriculum? Or do you want-
Yep.
Okay, cool. I'll be quick. Just in terms of results, for decades, regardless of which party has been in government, Māori education has only received around 1% of the total budget. Yet across the country. Many Māori education settings continue to achieve exceptional outcomes, with some kura like Ngā Taiatea, Ngā Tapuai achieving 100% NCA pass rates. And I was just wondering what specifically in this budget, or this 2026 budget, goes to creating more of those formulas or more of those systems replicated for other kura, bilingual, full immersion, whare kura, to achieve those pass rates for NCA.
One of the things that you've heard me say a lot is I'm particularly proud of the fact that we, when we are developing any of our work streams or any of our products or any of our resources or any investments, we are always thinking about making sure that those same resources are available for kura and in our bilingual units as well in Te Reo Māori. So you've heard me say that a lot. All of these same things, although we didn't split it out specifically in this budget, but when you look at the 131 million in primary, for example, all of those initiatives will be provided in Te Reo Māori as well. We've made sure that not only the SMART tool has got a Te Reo Māori version, that the SIPs, we've never done curriculum insights for Māori medium before ever, to be able to track their results, to know where and when to intervene with a whole lot of these supports. So while it's not split out, that same way of operating works in this budget as well. Of course, we are bringing on additional curriculum areas. We're expanding out the Timarotanga o Aotearoa curriculum and introducing new curriculum areas in the New Zealand curriculum as well. So there's a huge suite of things that we're doing, and we've done it every single year and we'll continue to do it again. I think someone may like to remind me, but we just passed a milestone the other day of our kura classroom. I forget exactly what it was, but we ticked over. Yeah, 100. It was 100 classroom we've done, and proud up to Matariki the other day, and announced their brand new site and building of that school. So we are invested in making sure that parents have choice, and we know that there are significant wait lists for kura, which is why the property department, for the first time ever, have now got are using that data in their network planning, which they have never done before, and in close cooperation with TRN and Nakara Iwi as well.
Thank you. Did you have a further supplementary?
Just a supplementary on curriculum, really quick. Budget 2026 allocates 74 million towards curriculum and qualification reform. How much of that funding is specifically supporting Mātauranga Māori this year in 2026? So I want to be quite specific around Māori knowledge, and not so much translation of curriculum that already exists, like mathematics and science, but Māori knowledge specifically.
I'm not sure if we'll be able to do that because I'll ask my officials, but just at a very high level, we are not translating documents. Te Marotanga is not a direct translation, and you can talk a bit more to that. Also, and I would invite you to look at the new curriculum area. And I want to give the example of one of the curriculum writers who's a secondary geography writer for us. I was down at Hamilton High School and I ran into her and she said, there is so much Mātauranga Māori in the social sciences that were in our area that never existed before. I would invite you to go through and look at the curriculum areas, because we may have a discussion about how much, but there is a lot more than there was before in every single area. And that's a discussion that different parties can have about the amount, but we were very specific about making sure that that was in there. Whether or not we can go through and work out in the budget how much was allocated to, I don't know, but I would invite you to read both the primary, all of the primary documents and the secondary documents and compare them to what we had before. It is.
What about the one you
large.
chucked out?
Oh, come on.
Okay, guys.
Through the chair.
Through the chair, thank you. We're going to move on to the next line of primary questioning. So we've got our next and our second, might I remind everyone, primary question is from Lawrence Dunan.
Thank you, Chair. Just so you know, the overall theme of the primary question is around learning support. The first question is, so we know that a lot of schools use their OPS fund for additional supplements to learning support as well. Why has there only been a 2% increase to OPS fund, even though the inflation we're looking at is going to be at 4%? And we have consistently, which is a national party commitment in the last election, that you're going to match OPS funding specifically to inflation.
What I said this year and last year is that not everything is delivered through the OPS grant. We have delivered a number of things that are easing pressures on OPS grants. So, for example, the fact that you don't need to purchase, if you don't want to, the PAT assessments, because we've provided the SMART tool, which is free, which frees up $10,000 out of your budget. We're providing the digital writing tool, which some schools are spending $20,000 on. We're providing centralised professional learning and development, so to free up schools' PLD part of their budgets. We are providing so much more resource. If you think about all those maths books that schools were investing in, $10,000 to $20,000 each. We are providing a huge amount of resource that is freeing up schools' budgets so that allows them to do more in other areas. It's not everything is delivered through that budget increase.
Can I just ask, so I've got a few more questions then now on ORS funding. So ORS funding is paid at the rate of $23.78 for U1 and U2 and $23 for U3. Even with the pay equity top up, it's no more than $30. That includes GST, but doesn't include holiday pay.
Can you just go back and say that again? I'm sorry.
Sorry, for U1 and U2 schools, it's $23.78 an hour. For U3 schools, it's $23 an hour, even with the pay equity top up of $8.06. That's not nearly enough to account for the expertise that some of them have when it comes to ORS funding. So schools not only have to top up for the holiday pay, which doesn't include in the ORS funding payment, but they also have to top up significantly. On average, when we talk to principals, you're looking at 25% is a good estimate for school to spend on learning support. For rural schools, sometimes it can be well above 50% of OPS funding being used on learning support. Why has the ORS funding hourly rate not been adjusted?
I will let officials talk to that. At a higher level, you will remember at last year's budget, a significant increase in funding for learning support, $750 million. A lot of those, sorry?
I was going to say, it's about 180 million, because most of them, in your own words, were reprioritized.
There was a significant investment into learning support. $750 million went into learning support. And one of the things that I was really proud to see this morning, because I got the latest figures, is that a lot of those students who weren't receiving support at all before, that were draining schools' budgets because they had to get teacher aides and pay for it themselves. Now that we've changed the funding model for ORS away from a capped amount to demand driven, which I was told we'd never get, but we have, 884 more students around New Zealand this year have received ORS support, which means that they're now receiving teacher aid hours that they were getting maybe nothing before at all. So that is a significant number of extra students who are now getting support, and ensuring that schools, that the drain on the schools' budgets for those students who were having to potentially provide support before, doesn't exist in the same way. So that is significant. The same with the number of young people who are supported through the early intervention scheme in year one, because we've rolled that out to the end of year one now. So support doesn't stop when you start school. There's 14,674 students who've been supported since January the 1st through that scheme, which is, about 3,800 more than 2025. So lots more students are getting support. And this year already, we've rolled out an extra 896,000 funded teacher aid hours. So that is rolling through the system. It only started in the beginning of this school year, so it's rolling through. And I'll let the team talk to how it works in terms of the funding that we provide, and then what we put through the Ops grant that supports that.
So I think if I was to pick up off the Minister in terms of the availability of oars now not being capped, so not having an overall funding constraint at the headline level, but instead it is demand driven, is a significant shift for us in the way that we deliver funding to those students that have been verified for ongoing resource scheme. There is work to do on the rates. There is work to do on the process around those, but that shift is quite significant. It is enabling us to fund more students than we have been able to fund previously through that scheme, and to provide more hours. What we're trying to do is to bring into line work we're doing around the rollout of learning support coordinators on quite a sea change in investment in learning support before we start looking at the individual rate levels. We need to bring these different types of funded services together at the school level in an integrated way so we can actually see what schools are delivering.
But the problem is that this is not what we're hearing from the community level when it comes to ORS funding, because I agree there might be an increase in number of people who have been given, but we also heard that previously people who would have been accepted for ORS are now being declined for ORS. I want to draw a specific example. In that case, you may want to talk to the New Zealand Down Syndrome Association, because they have seen a reduction in terms of people.
And we're really
also
happy.
seen.
I'm happy to look into any cases, but
The criteria hasn't changed.
the criteria hasn't changed. Each is validated by experts. We run quite a strong and effective process in relation to that. And because it's not capped and is demand driven, there is no reason for funding to be declined to people unless the validators have indicated that it is the criteria have not been met.
Let us take that away.
That'll be helpful. Thank you so much, Minister. One final question on this is in the summary of the initiatives under learning support, school high health needs fund volume pressure, 100 additional eligible students. Would that, two-part question, would that meet the demand? Number one, how many students, because it's over 4 years, how many students would you expect this year?
We can come back in writing on the forecasts this year versus next year, but we base that number on the demand trend that we see. So we can come back in writing with the profile, but it's all based on our forecast demand.
Thank you.
Right,
Thank
supplementary
you,
from
Madam
Jenny.
Chair. At a time when schools and parents are struggling to manage behaviour, why did you cut positive behaviour for learning programs that benefited over 400 schools?
Well, I wouldn't say that the initiative has been cut, because
So
it
two
still
contracts have
exists.
been cut.
It still exists. Let me just grab the right paperwork. So we can talk to this in a bit more detail, but essentially the majority of funding for PB4L remains. There were a number of reasons that we have changed some things, and a couple of these programs we weren't seeing the benefits of. There wasn't any evidence that what was put into essentially some trials was working. And we've shifted that funding out because we have, and you will see in the budget documents, a Ready to Learn initiative. So we have taken that out of here and put it into a Ready to Learn initiative. Now, this is an initiative around, we're going to pilot it in South Auckland. we're taking a cohort of young people who have been disengaged for whatever reason from learning. A lot of them will be Māori and Pacifica. They may be OT care young people who have been disengaged and are struggling to reintegrate into school. We know we have a problem. This funding through these particular programs wasn't seeing the benefit that we wanted. We're going to set up something different in South Auckland to target these young people. They may be school starters. They may be young people who have become disengaged and need to come back into the system and run a trial in South Auckland to start with, to see that, and then get it to a point where we can scale it nationwide. So sometimes you will see things that we are stopping. It doesn't mean that the funding is disappearing. We are reprioritising that across here into something that we want to see that will be more effective.
Thank you. So just to be clear, you asked for some kind of an impact assessment, a cost benefit analysis, or some form of evidence on those programs and how they were performing before signing off, getting rid of them.
I can get my officials to talk to that, but these are
You must
things
know
that
that,
they
though.
bought. Well, let me finish. The way that we've been running our budgets over the last 3 years is quite different than you probably would have seen under your time, in that we are having a far greater look at the contracts that we run and the outcomes that we get. And I say to my officials every time, I want you to bring me things that in your mind with what you're seeing are not working. Now, a lot of these things, because they predated me, contracts that we rolled out that haven't actually been collecting very good evidence or weren't particularly well contracted. So it's, and sometimes can be quite difficult to tell because it's all, quantitative rather than good qualitative data. We don't do that anymore. All of the contracts that we're signing are making sure that we have a clear outcome. We know what we're contracting and we expect good evidence and data so that we can monitor it. So I'll get my officials to talk more to these things, but these were things that were brought to me so we can have this really well contracted, targeted and well evidenced piece of work in South Auckland with those young people.
I'm seeing the chair, and in the interest of time, I'll keep it high level. PB Farrell is a wide suite of contracts worth far more than the 11 million that's been repriced. This is 4 of the smaller contracts. They've been running for 10 to 15 years. We reviewed them in light of the significant investment going into attendance services, which also focuses on similar population groups, along with what the Minister mentioned. And on that basis, they were reprioritised. But PB Farrell, wider, is still in place.
A couple of these are also around training, and they've been doing it for 10 to 15 years. And there has to be a point at which you say, well, we've been doing this training for 15 years. And we've done, probably tens of thousands of teachers. We've got a real problem with disengaged young people, particularly in OT care, that we need to get on top of. And that's where it's going to.
So schools report that that these programs did work really well because they also worked with parents to get on board early and manage behaviour early. Why is your government focusing on penalising parents for not attendance, but taking away 11 million from programs like this that target some of the root causes why children aren't attending school?
Well, that is, as Ellen McGregor-Reid has just mentioned, we have contracted through attendance services and we're using iwi, we're using community people, all sorts of people who are doing exactly that. We've just contracted it differently through attendance services. And you'll have David Seymour later, and you can dig into that with him. But essentially, we've been running it through attendance services, and now we're able to free up some of this funding. Most of it is around training that we've been doing for a long time, that we can now put into this targeted group of kids.
So just to be clear, that you've taken 11 million out of this and you're running a pilot somewhere in South Auckland. Is that what you're doing with the money?
That's what I've said.
Right. And when is that going to start?
I'll get my officials to talk more to that. We're just designing it at the moment. One of the things that I was really worried about was schools who were saying to me that young people, especially in OT care, were turning up with no support, and we end up having a weird fight between OT and education about who funds the support that they need, because a lot of these young people have been in pretty awful situations and there isn't any support for them when they come into school. They've been disengaged for some time and we know who they are. We can draw a ring around them and we can invest in them. And so that's what we want to do. And it makes sense to take out, training that we've been doing for 15 years in a couple of programs and another pilot that ran, a very, very small pilot, and to target these kids who need help.
Just to clarify before Jeff goes into the detail of the pilot, the 11 million that's repride, some of it will go into that pilot, but others will go into things like high impact teaching practices, which are also proven to have a positive impact on behaviour, recognising that those attendance service contracts, which are working with those families and communities, are also in place. So I just wanted to be transparent. The 11 million's not direct.
And are you able to provide the committee with the information that shows PB4L was not in fact delivering? Is that available?
Let's be clear again, it's not PB4L overall. There's multitude of contracts.
So two of the contracts, for example, were for restorative practices under a particular program. One of the providers has ceased wanting to deliver the program because they don't consider it part of the suite of initiatives that they wish to deliver. And another one, the contract ends at the end of this year. So these are not contracts being stopped mid-flight. These are for initiatives that have come through over the years, but actually a number of the providers are also wanting to move away from. And it is in a context where we are delivering a whole lot of additional supports through attendance service providers. And now we have an opportunity through the development of an initiative which we'll pilot in South Auckland for focusing on around 100 kids for us to be able to support that transition back into school for those young people that fall out for a year or 2 years in some instances and require additional support to be reintegrated into their cohort and curriculum. That's happening at younger ages, and we want to make sure that we've got the transition supports into school right from the outset. So we've got quite a lot of work to do on the design with schools in South Auckland to make sure it's fit for purpose, and then it will go through a procurement process as we do with most other things.
Right, supplementary question from Cal Bates.
Thanks, Chair. Just on the OARS funding and the applications by schools, prior to the last election and prior to the announcement, there was a lot of feedback from schools around the time it took for those applications to be processed. Can you give us an update, Minister, on how quickly they're now being processed?
I can get my. There's quite a bit of work happening in the background around making sure we're streamlining, and I've had quite a bit of feedback on further work we need to do in the future as well, and making sure that when we're doing quite often if you get a decline, you're able to go back for a reconsideration, and making sure we're streamlining that process as well. But I can get my officials to talk more.
It's well under the target. So I think the target is around 2 days, around 12 days.
Right, so it's actually this increased number of students that have been funded under this new setting.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Great. Next primary question from Grant McCallum.
Thank you. I'm just, one of the things you're investing in is the SMART tool for assessment, right? I'm just really curious to say why you've put this in and what feedback you've had in this space.
Yeah, well, it goes back, predates me a long time. When we were in opposition, we looked at ERO's reporting on, what we needed in this space. They've been saying for a really long time, we need a nationally consistent tool. Like every other country you compare ourselves to has a nationally consistent tool or tools that they use throughout primary. We do not have that. We don't have anything that is required to be used a certain number of times per year. So it is what has been whatever schools determine. And so it's been all over the place. And not only have ERO said that, also the Auditor General in the last couple of years has said exactly the same thing. Consistency of assessment, so we're able to track data and invest really early. Now, the tool that a lot of schools have been using is PAT, and I remember doing it as a kid, so it's quite old, run by NZCER, but it's really great. We wanted to be able to give schools choice. Many of them have been doing it for a long time, and they want that longitudinal view, but it does cost. It's a significant cost for schools that, drains there's a drain on their ops grant, of course. We have had a tool that we've used for the last 20 or so years called eAstor, which was developed by the ministry. But it is very old technology. It is at the end of its life. It doesn't do the things we want it to do, and we want something that was up to date, that was freely available to schools, that Tracks progress, importantly, tracks progress over time. Next year, it will be completely computer adaptive. So it will move with the student's ability to give you a really good idea of how they're progressing. And that's the key word, progressing through school, and report to parents. There's sort of three elements to this. Not only do parents want good information about how their children are doing, in conjunction with teacher judgment and all of the formative assessment they do in the classroom, but a moderating tool that sits over the top. And lots of schools use PAT for that. And now they have the ability to use a freely available, really high quality ministry tool as well. So parents get great information. They get not only the results of the assessment that's combined with teacher judgment, but also reporting by strand in mathematics, for example. And then, of course, for the school to measure their progress over time, for teachers to know what next steps in learning are, but for the ministry, really important. It tells us where to put more resource. For example, when we did the phonics check, we put that in place. It immediately told us we needed more literacy intervention teachers, and we funded them. And now we know where to put them. And it will be the same with the maths check when it comes in place at year 2, and the skills check at year 5 helps us to know exactly where to put investment. But we've just been through the first round of it. The feedback we've had has been really great. We had lots of, it's the first time when we did ASTL for the first time, there were lots of bits we had to change, and we took lots of great feedback. We've been running workshops all around the country. We had 500 at one in Auckland. We're doing the rural tour now at the moment. I've got Giles, who's running the program all out in rural areas, getting feedback as well. I was at a classroom the other day where the students gave me some feedback. They're like, it was great, we loved it. We want to be able to hit enter to go to the next question rather than click the thing. So we're taking all of that on board for the next round. It's a brand new tool, and there'll always be things we need to adapt. But overall, we've had really positive feedback. It's a freely available tool. It is high quality. All of the assessment questions have been designed in New Zealand. Some of them we took from ASTL, only 15%. That shows you how old it was, and they just weren't fit for purpose. And we're adding more and more. So next year, fully computer adaptive, and using the same, I would also point out, the same AI technology in writing that the PAT test does as well. We tried to align that, and it will just get better and better with time.
Great, thank you. Moving on to our next primary question from Ginny Anderson.
Thank you. Why was the contract for...
Oh, sorry, you had a... I'm so sorry, you did too, and I didn't write it down because I didn't know where to write it down. Lawrence, just a quick supplement, and we've got to move on to Ginny's.
Sorry, just on the smart tool, and one of the things we checked before is around data privacy. Can I just check and confirm from you, Minister, and potentially from Ministry, that the certification accreditation, particularly the security certification accreditation report, has now been completed?
Yes.
Okay, is that publicly available?
I don't think it is at the moment, but I can find that out. Sorry, I don't know the answer to that. There's no reason why it couldn't, but we'll get that to you.
And can I just check what was I've heard, but we also hear feedback of concern and anxiety from parents, from students, also from schools and teachers around SMART. What is the rationale without having done the background monitoring, ironically, monitoring and checking of SMART before you've expanded, the minister and the government has expanded to cover year 11?
What sort of checking do you mean?
So, like the thing that you mentioned before, Minister, there were anecdotal, right? We don't actually have any sort of tangible, because it's what the ministers heard and what we've heard. And what we've heard is that there's widespread anxiety around by parents, by teachers, by students, by whānau around the use of SMART, the complexity it creates, particularly at the secondary level, when in fact they have to use multiple reporting system, because it's not just literary numeracy they report on. The overall data concerns and the fact that, there is, in both the gateway test in 2024 and 2025, there was considered a red alert when it comes to this tool. So there is still a lot of concern, but then this year's budget has rolled it onto year 11.
Pauline can talk to all the technical detail. It doesn't go to year 11, so
that's according to the summary of initiatives.
We can talk to
I can speak to that. So when we were doing the budget bids, we were looking at a tool to use for the foundation award at year 11. Subsequently, we're just working this through with the minister now. As the foundation award at year 11, literacy and maths will be part of a co-requisite for the qualification. We feel it's more appropriate that NZQA will pick up the running of the year 11 assessment under the conditions and using the tools that they find appropriate. So we've made a change since the budget, but based on the fact that now it's part of the qualification. It should sit separately.
So we won't be using
So we
the
won't be
SMART tool
using
for
SMART.
foundational award. It'll be run separately, and that's the change.
So that's, then in that case, sorry, this is kind of important. For page 27, the SMART expansion up to year 11 is no longer.
That money will be used for year 11, but it will be
NZQA separately.
be
Okay.
run by NZQA.
Good to know, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Jenny, we'll come
Sorry.
back to you now.
That's okay. Why was the contract for benchmarking the curriculum not put out for open tender in New Zealand and instead given to Australian provider Learning First?
Yes,
Talk to that?
I'm not involved in
yeah.
contracting.
Thank you.
Thank you. We used the Australian company at the time because they had been working with us on a number of the learning area developments. We wanted to make sure it wasn't all curriculum areas, it was maths, as I recall. We wanted to make sure that the changes that were being recommended to be made to the maths curriculum through that first year of use were going to continue to be internationally comparable. And we did to timely ways with schools to be the new curriculum. Like we time to time did selected procurement based on the availability of a provider who could do the job and the time frame.
So Minister, when you personally met with Ben Jensen for a coffee in the Gold Coast to discuss the benchmarking of the curriculum, as the text messages I've received reflect, was that before or after the contract for them had been finalised?
I will have to go back and look. I don't remember. He was
Okay.
one of lots of people at a conference that I met with, and you know had coffees with lots of people. It's all in the diary. But there are very few people who are able to look at curriculum all around the world and give us an accurate benchmark of where we should
Well,
sit.
it's funny you say that because the guy you mentioned before, Charles Dara, you said you meet with regularly, his outfit in New Zealand can do that work and they would have loved to have bid for that contract. But no New Zealand company even got a look in. Why?
Because I don't have anything to do with contract procurement. It's up to the ministry.
But you
They
meet
make
them and
these
talk to them
decisions.
about
I meet
it.
lots of people. I meet with Charles Dar too. In fact, I had a phone call with him just the other day. I meet with lots of different people, but contracting decisions are an operational requirement on the ministry, and I have no part in that.
Will you disclose what the total amount that was paid to for Learning First in that contract?
You will have to ask the ministry.
Because we can't get that information. We're going to the Ombudsman for that information right now.
Well, that's up to the ministry. I don't.
Okay.
Let's put it in a
Well, I
Final
don't
question.
decide
Final
on
question.
contracts, and
Will
I
you-
also just don't decide on funding. So that information will come from the ministry.
Will you rule out, we haven't been able to get that, will you rule out that Learning First wrote any parts of the curriculum?
Well, as far as I'm aware, New Zealand Learning First were contracted to be able to help us to internationally benchmark, but that is a matter for the ministry because they do the contracting.
We did use Learning First. They supported us find content from other places that we were looking for in terms of how we make sure we meet the criteria of a knowledge-rich curriculum, where we were looking for particular examples that our own writers were struggling with. They helped us source content that was brought into the writing process in the ministry, and that is now out for draft. And subsequently, we are working through the feedback we're getting to that draft, and our writers will finalise that content later this year.
So they did write parts of the New Zealand curriculum?
No, they didn't write parts of the New Zealand
They
curriculum.
sourced content?
They sourced content.
Right, is that different?
Well, yes, because once you write, once you get the content, you know, what we do is when you're working on the curriculum writing process, a lot of content gets put on the table. And when you are organising that content for what's needed in this year level, what's the progression of that, how will we sequence that learning? We take the content and we get the writers to present that as a draft in a coherent way. Some of that content is part of that. I couldn't point to it, but some of that content will be part of it. Some of it that they source for us would not be.
And
You
your
would
review
expect
from the
us
ministry?
on that,
Sorry.
I think you would expect us, of course, to look at what other countries do. what are other kids in other countries learning, and make sure that, you know, our students are on par with what other students are learning, not only the benchmark level, but what are they learning as well. And so, you know, there's a range of different countries we look to in different states and different countries, and you would expect us to go, okay, well, rather than starting from nothing, what does everybody else learn, to give us a bit of an idea about, you know, where does the rest of the world, where does the rest of the world?
We did use Kiwi, you know, we used New Zealand writers and sourced content from here as well. We already had content from previous curriculums. So it's a bit of, and then important job identifying content.
So you're confident, both Minister and Ministry, that NZCER was not able to internationally benchmark the New Zealand curriculum, and you took that determination upon yourself by only going to only one provider was able to do that tendering.
Minister wasn't involved in the contracting, and I've explained the rationale behind our selected procurement.
Not looking strong, is it?
So I have a supplementary question from Pamjit Pama, then we move on to our next primary.
Thank you. A very quick sub. Is there anything in ministry's mandate that stops ministry from sourcing external experts or bringing any expertise from another country? Is there anything that stops it?
No, there is not.
Okay, thank you. Next primary question from Willow Jean Prime.
Good Minister, I just want to make some inquiries about the money that has been reprioritised from an underspend in kaupapa Māori and Māori medium education. It's about $7.3 million per year, $29 million over the 4 years. Why was there an underspend? Where has it gone? And has it been reinvested? Has it all been reinvested in Māori medium education and kura kaupapa Māori? It's on page 130 of the budget.
Yeah, the committee might want perhaps to take some other questions while I have a look at the estimate document, so I can give you a specific answer to that question.
Yeah,
Right.
it's
Or we
not
can come back
documented in
to
our reprioritisation, so it may work.
So it is, it's on page 130. Specifically, the title is Kaupapa Māori and Māori Medium Education, Reprioritising Underspent Funding, 7.3 million every year for 4 years. Page 130.
We'll just get that information and we can answer it.
So I just have a question for you while we're waiting for the answer. Jump the queue. You talked last time, Minister, about being keen to focus on including parents in the communication you have about how students are doing. Have you got funding in this budget for that, you know, keeping the parents up to date with the students' achievements and things like that?
There's quite a lot of work that's gone on and around keeping parents updated, not only through the SMART tool, but through the new reporting requirements as well, and the consistent progress descriptors that we're using across the curriculum. Not only there, but also in reporting on schools through the way that ERO are now doing their reporting on schools, giving parents much clearer information, and also through the parent portal, which is new as well, giving parents a lot more information about what their children are learning, so that they can tag that into the school report that says, look, we need a bit of extra work in measurement. They can click into the parent portal on the year level into measurement and do, you know, a range of things at home to help support that. It hasn't been available before. I mean, what we're really trying to do is bring parents far more into the conversation, much better data, and then access to things that help improve results.
Thank you. Supplementary question from Lawrence.
One quick sub. Does the ministry do any sort of tracking on how much time teachers and schools are now spending on contacting or in communications with parents compared to 10 or 20 years ago?
I don't think we tracked it 10 to 20 years ago, so I
But
wouldn't have a
has it
comparison.
been tracked at all?
Not unless schools are sending it through to us. Schools certainly note that they have regular contact with parents, but we would expect that having good connections with parents, families, caregivers is really
I
important.
think also having to track that kind of data would be overly burdensome on schools if you're expecting us to try and work out how much contact time teachers had with parents would probably be something that would just add another layer of complexity to their job.
Absolutely, but the reason I mentioned this is because the more time it's important for parents to know. I absolutely agree with that. But it's also important to note that the more time that teachers are spent having to be in communications or responding to emails, etc., from parents, particularly very difficult parents or difficult parents, what then you will see is it's time that they cannot spend in front of their child, or potentially teachers are spending to weekends, quite late in the evening, to having to respond now to parents.
This is not really an estimates question.
Yeah, so
But this is following on
look, you're
from-
welcome to Lawrence. Can we just, in the interest of time, because we need to come back to Willow Jean's question with
That
the
sounds
answer.
really good. Thank you.
We could follow up in writing, and
That'd
if
be
it's
good.
appropriate,
Interesting
then
to know.
it'll get passed on. Thank you. Just following up on Willow Jean Prime's questions. Yeah, thank you.
So this was an initiative from Budget 2025. It appears in the estimates document because it lists a number of initiatives from previous budgets going back some years, including initiatives going back as far as Budget 2022, for example. The reprioritisation was a forecast amount of money that was put aside by the previous government for the 2023 teacher and principal collective bargaining that related to Māori medium schools and the costs of settling the collective agreement in Māori medium schools. It was reprioritised because the forecast was slightly over relative to the amount of money that was actually required to pay out on that budget initiative. And so once we'd redone the forecast in Budget 2025, we were able to take that unspent.
And so where's that money gone? Back
Well-
into Māori initiatives?
So Budget 2025 reprioritised quite a large amount of money from the sector and then put it into a series of new initiatives. I'm afraid we're not
Are they Māori ones?
we're not able to talk about Budget 2025 estimates because we covered that last year. So we're
But
very
they-
happy
they would be ongoing.
supply a copy of any information from last year's budget about where the
Can
reprioritisation
I
has gone
just
to.
also, like, I know, we're not supposed to talk about last year's budget, but it is important that we were I was a minister that had a Māori part of last year's budget that invested significantly, 14.7 for Te Reo Māori training for teachers, 10 million to the virtual learning network, which Kura Kaupapa had asked us for, 4.5 million for curriculum resources in Te Reo Māori, 4.8 for curriculum advisors, to frontline advisors to support kura and Māori medium settings, 2.1 million to introduce the new Māori
So what's the
subject.
specific in this budget?
So
Specific Māori funding in this budget?
This was last year's budget, which you asked about, and it was reprioritised, as you've just said, last year. So I'm just pointing out that there was a huge Māori education package last year, which is rolling out every single year. And I mentioned, sorry, you weren't probably here at the very beginning, where we talked about all of the initiatives in this budget, as we've done in the past. We always make sure that we are providing those in Te Reo Māori or for Kura Kaupapa as well. So that same equity of funding will continue through that. For example, the 131 million into the primary
But
primary
that's not
support
specific.
will be, well, it is
funding.
specific because we are providing it in Te Reo Māori as well for Kura Kaupapa and Māori medium. So we didn't split it out this year, but it is all in there because we're taking the same approach of making sure we're equitably funding a bilingual education system.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you to the officials. We're finished with you in our time now. Yes, amazing. That 70 minutes has gone by rapidly. Appreciate you making yourselves available to us.
Thank you all for coming. We'll see you in a couple of hours.
We'll see you ministry officials back.
Yes, we will be back.
Committee
Rolling up the station, numbers climbing high, digits on the board like they're reaching for the sky. Blame it on the suits with the polished little lines while we're counting coins just to make it home tonight. They say it's global, say it's out of their hands, but we all know who's drawing lines in the sand. Oh, you hear them talk, but it's all delay. Another press conference, another price to pay. Pump it up, yeah, the fuel price in the budget he wrote. Oh, we could make it easier, lighten the load. But where's the fun in a smoother road? Why give a break when you can just say character build and pay? Swipe that card, hear the beat. Promises taught, but the price is leave. Pump it up, let the numbers rise. Watch them dodge with practice lies. From Donald Trump to the Beehive crew, everybody's got a reason, it's never you. Christopher Luxon leaves, while Nicola Willis defends. Shane Jones just shrugs, that's how it ends. No free process, no trains in sight, just fuel the fire every single night. So fill it up, take the hit, they'll say be grateful, that's about it. Rolling up the station, numbers climbing high. Digits on the board like they're reaching for the sky. Blame it on the suits with the polished little lines while we're counting coins just to make it home tonight. They say it's global, say it's out of their hands, but we all know who's drawing lines in the sand. Oh, you hear them talk, but it's all delay. Another press conference, another price to pay. Pump it up, yeah, the fuel price climbs. Point the finger, say it's just the time. From Donald Trump to Nicola Willis on cue, we're doing our best, yeah, right, sure you do. Christopher Luxon smiles, says steady the course, but Shane Jones laughs, no free rides, of course, no free buses, no trains today, just pay we could make it easier, lighten the load. But where's the fun in a smoother road? Why give a break when you can just say character build and pay? Swipe that card, hear the beat. Promises taught, but the price is leave. Pump it up, let the numbers rise. Watch them dodge with pride. we could make it easier, lighten the load. But where's the fun in a smoother road? Why give a break when you can just say character building, pay and pay? Swipe that card, hear the beat. Promises taught, but the price is leave. Pump it up, let the numbers rise. Watch them dodge with practice lies. From Donald Trump to the Beehive crew, everybody's got a reason, it's never you. Christopher Lux and leaves, while Nicola Willis defends. Shane Jones just shrugs, that's how it ends. No free process, no trains in sight, just fuel the fire every single night. So fill it up, take the hit, they'll say be grateful, that's about it. Rolling up the station, numbers climbing high. Digits on the board like they're reaching for the sky. Blame it on the suits with the polished little lines while we're counting coins just to make it home tonight. They say it's global, say it's out of their hands, but we all know who's drawing lines in the sand. Oh, you hear them talk, but it's all delay. Another press conference, another price to pay. Pump it up, yeah, the fuel price climbs. Point the finger, say it's just the time. From Donald Trump to Nicola Willis on cue, we're doing our best, yeah, right, sure you do. Christopher Luxon smiles, says steady the course, but Shane Jones laughs, no free rides, of course, no free buses, no trains today, just pay at the pump and be on your way. Talking tough in suits on the evening news. Market forces working, yeah, we always lose. Tax cuts here, but the price goes there. Funny how the burden's never really shared. You say tighten belts, we're already thin. Meanwhile, profits rising, guts who wins. Spin the wheel, shift the blame. Different faces, same old game. Pump it up, yeah, the fuel price climbs. Another headline, same old rhymes. From Donald Trump shouting overseas to Nicola Willis talking economic ease. Christopher Luxon says we cut the waste, but Shane Jones says no free transport haste. No free
However we want to structure it.
So we will,
That's how we
we will break in between and then the Waikaha team will leave and DSS will come up.
Okay, I don't think we,
Is there structure?
I think, no, we were just doing vote disabled people and vote DSS.
Sorry, say that again?
We were just doing an hour for vote disabled people and vote DSS.
Yeah, but there's two separate organisations. So we were doing 20
Okay,
minutes
if-
with Waikaha and 40 minutes with DSS, or we can do 30 and 30. They're completely different areas of work.
Yeah, well, we didn't split it up as a committee, but we'll work our way through. Questions come up, we'll
Or just some of the team can't,
So sorry, which one are we?
some of the team can't stay though
Oh,
for the whole hour.
okay. Right.
Can you just clarify that for us? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I'm confused, to be honest.
Yeah.
My understanding. Hang on just a second.
Will you come from the time that's taken?
Would you like a water pen?
Sorry.
I will raise a point of order if the minister's remarks go over.
Well, you can do that, and I don't need to take that. Yeah.
Oh, I have standing orders to prove it.
Oh, great way to
Good
start.
way
isn't
of
it?
wasting time.
Yeah.
Please start, Minister.
Okay, well, hello again, everyone. Nice to see you. Today from the Ministry of Disabled People Whaikaha is the Secretary for Disabled People and Chief Executive, Willis Tesarero, and there's a number of other members of the leadership team. We are now into the second year of the vote, established on the 1st of December 24, which is the day that we established the standalone Ministry of Disabled People. After a busy first year in delivering important foundational work such as the New Zealand Disability Strategy Refresh, I'm pleased to see the Ministry shifting to focus firmly on impact and implementation. To achieve this, the government has allocated $21 million per annum to improving the lives of disabled people, separated into two amounts, just over 19 million departmental expenditure for system level leadership, strategic policy advice and stewardship. This also includes supporting government relationships with the disability community and coordinating the government's alternate formats accessibility work. Just nearly 7 million on non-departmental expenditure for disabled community development and capacity building, including grants. We know that disabled people face challenges across many areas, including education, health, housing and justice. There are unfortunately many stark examples, but one statistic that stands out that we must change is the unemployment gap between disabled and non-disabled people. Labour force participation for disabled people is only 27%, compared with 73% for non-disabled people. And we know that most disabled people out of work want to be working. So this is both a huge opportunity and a challenge. That is where the work of the ministry can make a real difference, and I was pleased to see the first action from the New Zealand Disability Strategy recently delivered that aims to address this gap. With 1 in 6 New Zealanders being disabled, improving outcomes is critical to making New Zealand a better place to live. The ministry is clearly focused on driving changes across government and our society, whether pushing for better accessibility or ensuring that New Zealand's sign language thrives. It was important for our government to refocus the Ministry of Disabled People for deeper and broader impacts across society. And at the same time, I'm ensuring that every part of government plays its role in supporting increased agency, independence and outcomes for disabled people. This is everyone's responsibility and we all benefit from it. I'm happy to take questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I haven't got any bids so far. Very good.
Thank you. Minister, you have reduced the vote of the Ministry for Disabled People, for Whaikaha, and arguably, as disabled people have said, reduced their voice in this government. What is your ministry doing? And yet the whole title of the vote is to improve the lives of disabled people. What are you doing to support them through the cost of living crisis?
So the vote, obviously with the separation of DSS, is similar. Whaikaha will be no different in terms of other government agencies, in terms of the requirement for the 2% savings.
Sorry, could you speak into the mic, please? We can't actually hear you, or speak up.
I can hear you.
Sure.
I can't. No,
I'm struggling to hear us.
Government agencies have been asked for the 2% reduction, and Whaikaha is not exempt from that. In terms of the fuel challenge, like many areas, we have seen the independent tax credit for working families with children. 1st of April, we saw the AGA increases as well as winter energy payment increases. And what we have done is also lifted the in-between
travel payments for carers because we know that that is a significant cost, and we were quick to respond when we got feedback that that was creating a challenge. What we do know is that, and we've learnt from the Royal Commission into the COVID response, is that any response to a crisis must be temporary, targeted and timely. Because what we do know is significant amounts of excessive spending in a period like that directly has an impact on inflation, which we know will have a significant impact, and I believe a disproportionate impact on disabled people.
So with the 2% cut to whaikaha, what will stop? What work stops as a result of that, or what roles will be disestablished?
I'll pass to Paula to talk you through that.
So as the Minister said, whaikaha is not exempt from the 2% reduction, and we are currently working through how we will achieve those savings, and that's done as part of our performance plan, which all agencies are doing. Our performance plan is due with the Minister at the end of July, and then Cabinet will make decisions after that. So at this stage, I'm not able to talk about the detail of our thinking because ministers are yet to see the information.
My final sup on this line of questioning, given that whaikaha's reduced role is now limited to the disability strategy.
No, that's not correct. That's not correct.
Okay. That's your view. I disagree.
Well, what do you base it on?
Disability strategy.
What do you base that assumption on?
Because what is the stewardship across transport? Why do you allow a cut to total mobility? Why do you allow increased reviews and assessments for disabled people? Why has your government made the targets for accessible housing through Kāinga Ora voluntary rather than a mandatory
questions for you.
question?
If you'd like answers, I'm more than happy to.
Sure. I mean,
address them.
disabled people do not report an increased or improved quality of life as a result of decisions your government has made. So talk us through the strategy priority areas at least.
Great.
Employment is about 3 times.
So how many questions are we asking here?
Okay, let's focus on housing and employment.
I'm happy to
You
address
raised some
them.
issues there, give the minister.
This is asking.
Great. So where are you starting with? Education?
Start with housing.
Or housing?
What, right, with the Kāinga Ora targets, what are you doing to improve accessibility?
Great. So the review of social housing that Minister Bishop announced a few weeks ago is very much based on the challenge at the moment that disabled people often have the most significant need around social housing, and actually they don't get the support they need. So what we want to ensure with the review of social housing is that it is based on access rather than affordability. And we've been very clear about the needs of disabled people in instigating that review. It'll be a 3 to 5 year work program. But what we do know is, it's a long-term challenge that has existed for decades. And I'd be surprised if that member thought that disabled people and their needs for social housing have been met any time in the past, which is why we must take a long-term considered view in fixing the problem.
I asked about the targets, Minister. Could you speak to the targets, please?
So in terms of the targets, yes, we are very clear about the fact that accessible housing is important for disabled New Zealanders, which is why housing is one of the 5 key areas in a strategy. So it's not just about state housing. We want to ensure that the private sector is into the party in terms of ensuring that they can also meet the needs of disabled New Zealanders. We can't rely just on the state housing sector to provide.
Can I just remind you that the questions are through?
Minister's not asking.
Can I remind you that questions are through the chair? Have some respect.
Wow. Mr. Chair, can you ask the Minister to answer my question?
No, you can ask your question.
Thank you.
But-
So does Kāinga Ora, so I take your point that there needs to be work in the private sector as well. Don't disagree. But of course, the government has levers into its own housing program. So does Kāinga Ora have a mandatory target for accessible new builds?
It doesn't at the moment. There are 2 foundational actions in the strategy around housing. Firstly, clear definitions of accessible housing, because that has been a problem in the past. There's no point in having a target for accessible housing if the accessibility definition is not well deployed. So that is the first one. And there is also work to collect data on regional housing needs to identify where the gaps are. So that is a really important piece of work in the housing strategy. And that is why we are progressing that work.
Supplementary, Helen.
I want to ask about the temporary targeted relief. First of all, you talked about the taxi or the rates for mileage for care workers and how you'd adjusted them. We get mileage rates which are 120 to 130 if you're on diesel or petrol. These workers, I understand, get 82 cents. They're making short journeys because they're going from hot to hot. Often, we're making longer journeys, and so we're collecting quite a lot in those amounts. Why would you have a different amount for a care worker who's doing pretty important on the ground stuff and is on a really low wage? Why would you do that versus us?
Well, what's in my responsibility as the Minister for Disability Issues is looking at support that either disabled people or their carers require, which is why when we have looked at the fuel pressure and the pressure of increased fuel prices, that was one area that we have addressed very directly. Is it sufficient in future? Well, that's a very different question. How does it compare with others? That's a very different question. My focus has been on ensuring that carers are able to pay for petrol, to be able to get in between jobs, to provide consistent and important care for disabled New
Isn't that one of
Zealanders.
the issues though? We're here for creating a just society, and temporary and targeted seems to mean what we can get away with in a short-term way, but actually long-term, we look after ourselves much better.
Well, I refute that. This is a response to the current fuel crisis, which has seen fuel prices go up. We're unsure for how long those fuel prices will remain as high as they are at the moment. But it was very practical, sensible changes to support where it was required for in between.
I
need to go supplementary, Carter.
Okay.
Thank you. Supplementary on this. I just want to focus in on this because it is the carers who are out there and looking after our disabled people and providing that face-to-face care, which is so important. So when you brought in the temporary fuel increases for carers, did you consider that any of the casework where those people are still paying out of pocket? So we've got reports that carers are still paying out of pocket for going between caregiving, even with the temporary increase. So when was that forecasting done for the amount that you've put into the temporary?
So it was a response to the fuel crisis and higher fuel costs that carers would face. Just as across the board, increased fuel prices puts pressure on many New Zealanders. We weren't aiming to solve every problem, but to alleviate some of the cost pressures, which is what we did with that measure.
So are you concerned that there are carers who are paying out of their own pockets for travelling between jobs? Because
I've not had that concern raised with me directly. What we did do, because we looked at what the groups of workers were who were travelling in between, and that's where the support was provided very directly.
Is there a review happening?
It was temporary and based on the fuel prices being at a certain level.
New question, Maureen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, you mentioned in your opening remarks around employment opportunities for disabled people. I'd be really keen to know, based on previous or historic programs that were run, I think the pilot was run in Christchurch, targeting employers to take on disabled people. Can you let us know, are there any plans to replicate that?
Yeah, so the first action that we completed in the New Zealand Disability Strategy was the launch of 1 in 6, which we launched here in Wellington with the Wellington Chamber or Business Central. And that is all about how do we provide tools and information to give more employers confidence in employing disabled people. And when we launched it, we had feedback from employers, but also from disabled people, and one of them had autism. And I think often the view is there's a bit of an unknown space of how to support employees with disabilities. And by making it easier and really providing practical information about what they might need to do or adjust, we're very confident that that will support more disabled people into employment. And the feedback we've had so far has been really positive. That's been rolled out across the country. So it's not just in Wellington. Is there anything you want to add to that, Paula?
Thanks, Minister. I can add some additional work that we've been doing in the employment space to support the government's goals. So on top of the 1 in 6 website that the Minister talked about, we also ran this summer for the first time an all of government internship program where we had 10 government agencies participating. We put 13 interns through and 6 of them have gone into full-time work as a result of that. And we've just agreed to do that internship again this year. We've also been working really closely with the Public Service Commission and other government agencies around supporting a greater experience and number of disabled public servants. So we're doing that through updating our toolkit for agencies to support them with that. Another key important piece of work is what we know through the work in developing the New Zealand Disability Strategy is that the pathway between education and employment opportunities and that transition period is often where things can fall down for a number of people, including disabled people. And so we've just commissioned some research to do a much deeper dive on that journey, those pathways, so that we can provide advice on what to do about that. And that was one of the actions coming out of the disability strategy. Just finally, one other key piece of work that we are leading as an agency in the strategy is the national awareness and capability building, because what we know is that actually most employers really want to do the right thing and try to do the right thing. And but we know through our work on the strategy and subsequent work that they do want further information and toolkits. And we also know that attitudes and awareness play a big role. So we've just launched work to build that awareness program to support employers.
Thank you.
As well.
Thank you. So Waikaha has been split. So the Disability Support Services is no longer under Waikaha and is now a monitoring of outcomes role and advocacy role, which you've sort of outlined there. So with the 27% of disabled people who are employed, does that include disabled people who are paid under the minimum wage? And this is a question for both the Minister and for Waikaha. What advocacy is Waikaha doing to make sure that disabled people are being paid at least a minimum wage? And does that 27% include them? Because of course we had the benefit, the top up taken away for disabled people, you know, from agencies, people that were paying them a minimum wage with the top up that was previously happening. So the question, I guess the question is, sorry, I'm getting.
You know, I'm clear of your question.
Yeah, okay,
I'm just asking if we know if the business enterprises are included in that figure or not.
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
We'd have to look into that.
Okay, thank you.
Right, well, I think we'll conclude it
Great.
there. I want to thank you, Minister, and Paula, Ben, Rebecca, Ginny, Renelle, and everyone. Thank you for your time this afternoon. Thank you, translators. We'll now shift to your second role in DSS.
Yes, I will.
Oh.
Another page. Oh, I get confused.
All All right, well, welcome again, Minister, with your vote disability support services head on. This is the much more substantive one in terms of the funding allocation, obviously with $2.943 billion in 2026-27, but I'd
Great.
invite you to make opening comments and.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm joined by Anne Shaw, who is the Deputy Chief Executive of DSS, Mr. Hill to my right, who was the General Manager of DSS Transformation, and Justine Cornwall, who was the General Manager of Policy at DSS. And my apologies, Laura, I should have acknowledged you in the previous session. And I just would say, if we can not have two people speaking at once, it does make it a lot easier for our interpreter. DSS is a core part of my wider disability issues portfolio. Funding provides 55,000 disabled people in their whānau access to a wide range of supports and services, 100,000 access environmental support services, including equipment and modification services, and 26,000 disabled children access the child development services so they can reach their developmental milestones. We, of course, have prioritised investment in DSS with record investments of $2.1 billion in investment in budgets 24 and 25. And this year, the DSS appropriation stands at $2.9 billion, which is the largest annual appropriation for DSS to date. It means that there is more funding available to support disabled people who are eligible for services. And in the past 2 years, DSS has focused on stabilising actions to make the system fair, transparent, consistent and sustainable. DSS now has stronger fiscal management and is operating within its baseline. The voice of the disability community has and will continue to inform changes at DSS. There has been significant engagement and consultation to inform our work. The changes to assessment, allocation and flexible funding introduced earlier this year were all directly informed by feedback from thousands of members of the disability community. I want to acknowledge DSS's contracted providers, NASCs and the Enabling Good Lives sites who have supported these changes. And I recognise it has been a significant period of change and I'm appreciative of their support and patience as we've worked through it. DSS plays a vital role in people's lives, but it has been operating without a clear legislative foundation. That's why last month I introduced the DSS bill. It sets a clear framework that reflects the way DSS already works. It defines the purpose of DSS, clarifies its functions, and sets out how public funding can be used. It will make DSS more consistent. The bill builds on the work to stabilise DSS and the feedback received from the community in response to that work. It was always planned as part of strengthening DSS. Responding to the Supreme Court's decision in December 25, which found 2 people were paid to provide care to a family member who were employees of the state, has been a necessary and important component of it. To be clear, the bill does not impact anyone's current funding allocation or support package. It does not change any DSS eligibility setting. It does not introduce income or asset testing where it is not currently used. And I can confirm for the record, there are no plans to extend its use. I'd like to acknowledge the Select Committee for its support to progress the bill through Parliament. Previous consultations highlighted challenges around support for carers. And so DSS has accelerated work here by introducing a more consistent assessment approach that for the first time ever considers carers' needs. DSS is also developing a carer support package covering payments, improved respite and practical support for family carers. Earlier this month, I announced a further round of community consultation. The consultation is focused on practical improvements to areas which the disability community have told us matters most to them, like the easier navigation of services. My priority is making sure that we are fixing the basics of disability support and, of course, building a sustainable future that disabled people, their families and carers can rely on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. First question, Priyanka.
Thank you. Minister, since your government took office, we've seen a whole raft of changes to control spend or the fiscal cost to the Crown in this appropriation. We've also seen effectively a pause to flexible funding that did limit access to a number of services. My understanding, and I'd like some clarity around the figures, is that there have been a couple of underspend transfers, expense transfers, about 191 million transferred, I think, from the 24-25 year to this year, and then 176 transferred from the previous year to this one, plus 200 million that's been returned to the centre. Can you confirm that those are underspends and transfers?
Yeah, so obviously the focus of this hearing is the estimates going forward. So yes, there was an underspend that has been transferred forward. One of both the challenges and opportunities of the significant program of work that's been underway is first in the stabilising phase, making sure that we had line of sight about what funds would be required going forward. So in budget 24, there was the increase of $1.1 billion. And then between budget 24 and budget 25, there was a much better understanding of what the future costs would be, both in terms of increasing spend and allocations for NASCs. So I think last year they got a 14% uplift. This year is a 10% increase. So budget 25, we had the confidence to add another $1 billion because we could see where the increased need would be, where the increased cost would be, and also allow for growth. Part of what we were also looking at was what were the costs required to be able to undertake the level of change. And as I said, it's been significant. So some of it has been just purely around phasing, what work was done when. But we're in a much stronger position now, which is why we call this phase strengthening. And why in the changes that were announced in September last year that came into effect this year, we had the confidence to say we would, in terms of flexible funding, they would be held at the allocation that people had. And in addition to that, there would be no guidelines. There would be no rules. And on top of that, we were also able to then consider for the first time ever the needs of carers. So, we're in a much stronger position now with very strong line of sight about what the costs will be going forward. In addition to being able to do both an uplift for residential contracts, an increase of 40% for NASCs last year and 10% for NASCs this year. So we're in a strong position and our strengthening work will continue.
So over that 2-year period, or roughly 2-year period, different organizations, disability organizations have provided qualitative information, I guess, evidence around the impact of those changes on the lives of disabled people and the trauma that they were subjected to when flexible funding was paused. Has the government done any quantitative research? Do you have any figures of the number of people who were not able to access the supports that they were eligible for before the March 18th changes that has now led to these underspends?
Al, do you have any information on that?
What we do know is that particularly in flexible funding, as you mentioned, people weren't able to access services that they otherwise might have. We did some analysis to understand where that was impacting most. We've heard very clearly from community in underserviced regions of the country, particularly Taitokoro, where there aren't contracted services and the reliance on flexible funding is greater. Particularly also people not being able to access carer support. The previous purchasing guidelines had placed limitations on what they could reasonably do to access sustainable care. And so now we are starting to see, since the April changes in the return of flexible funding, an increase in the utilisation of flexible funding, particularly carer support again. And as the Minister mentioned, the carer component of the new needs assessment approach means that we're we've got a better view of individual support needs and the support networks that they have around.
So then, I guess this is a kind of a follow-up to that, but also a question to you, Minister. Will you make that research analysis public so that people can see what disabled people went without during the 2-year period? And then can you give us information, Minister, on the budget lines that have led to the 2 lots of underspend? Where was that underspend from?
So firstly, just let me back up a bit. I made the comment that there's been a significant amount of change over the last 2 years. And I accept, as I've said in my previous appearances before this committee, it was incredibly difficult and frustrating and challenging for disabled people during that period of time. Unfortunately, we needed to get on top of spending that was out of control. And I know, and I've heard, and I've met with disabled people and their families and heard how incredibly difficult it was. And I apologise for that. What I won't apologise for is the need for us as a government to get on top of the spending that was out of control, to now have put in place really sensible measures, including the residential contracts, including, and I think one of the things that disabled people called for consistently during that time was an assessment that is now used across New Zealand. So no matter where you are in New Zealand, you are assessed on the same criteria. There is greater transparency around the allocation of support that a disabled person can access. And we've gone further than that in terms of building in part of that assessment for carers. In terms of your question around the detail of the underspends and the carry forwards, happy to provide that to you.
Supplementary carding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This one, please, sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay, just take a minute.
With just took my brain into another thing.
While you think about it, I might
thank
ask
you so much.
I might ask a supplementary. Could I just clarify, Minister, so if I understood you correctly, last year in budget 2025, there was a $1 billion increase in fund. There was a $1 billion increase in funding for disabled support services.
Yes.
And in budget 2026, the year we're now looking ahead, there's been a $373 million increase.
Yes, so basically we had, so the total budget this year is 2.9. That part of that is around the transfers and carry forwards. Next year will be 2.73. And I'm happy to provide the details of, you know, why those transfers and carry forwards have occurred. What we do know now, so the 1.1 billion in budget 24, the 1 billion in budget 25, we now have a much clearer view of what the requirement for funding will be going forward, both in terms of increases, because we know there'll be a requirement for increases on an annual basis, as well as the fact that there will be a growing need as the population of disabled people increases, there will be a need. But 2 years ago, we had zero visibility of any of that. Didn't know why the costs were blowing out, where, how, what the numbers were. And, you know, anyone would expect that a government agency has line of sight as to what they're spending money on, what the performance is of the contracts that are delivering those services to New Zealanders. And that's why I was confident that we didn't need to seek additional funding in budget 26. Does that mean there won't be a need for additional funding in budget 27? I'm not guaranteeing that because we expect there will be a growing need, but at least now it is manageable, visible and transparent.
Supplementary, Maureen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was actually a supplementary to Priyanka's question, if that's all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, this is all supplementary so far.
Oh, okay. Following on from Priyanka's line of questioning, about the funding. So my understanding is that over many years, it's relied on supplementary estimates to top up the budget.
Absolutely.
But now that the purchasing guidelines have been removed, does it run a risk that some people will overspend their budget too early, or some people may not spend that money appropriately? And so how do you have oversight of that?
Yeah, great question. So you may remember that when we first announced that we would be removing the flexible funding guidelines in their entirety, that there was a suggestion that we would hold the allocation at what people had used previously. And that was an interim step for us to have certainty about spend going forward. When we got closer to that point, because the way the assessment works now, and it is uniform across the country, the NASCs or the EGL will basically create a plan with the disabled person and their family. And that plan is what drives the level of flexible funding, for example, that they have. We are allowing that person to spend their flexible funding according to their plan. And we are trusting them to do that. So part of the deal, the rights and responsibilities of having no guidelines around flexible funding was you manage your budget. And of course, there are organisations or supports to help disabled people to do that if they need it. But it basically means if somebody gets to 10 months out of the 12 and they've spent their budget, that's on them. That's on them. So that was the quid pro quo of having no guidelines at all.
Can I just,
and sorry, and I should say, you know, when we launched it on the 1st of February, we removed that limit on what they had previously spent, and now it is based on their allocation.
So just a quick sup on that too. So I did ask about the risk that the funding would be spent to the benefit of the disabled person. I guess if I'm going to be crude about it, the question is, how do we know that carers aren't going to just go down the pub and spend and blow the lot, and the person who the funding is targeting does not get the benefit of it?
Yeah, so we trust disabled people and their carers when they do that needs assessment and come up with a plan, that they're clear about what that plan entails and how to use it. And, you know, there's a few things that are off the limits. You can't gamble, you can't, you know, use, you know, drugs or tobacco and alcohol. I think it's off the list as well. But look, we wanted to provide maximum flexibility if it's within the plan, because what we recognise and what we've heard very clearly through all of the consultation with disabled people and their whānau is they want choice and control. Okay. And what works for a disabled person in Kaitaia is going to be very different for a disabled person in Auckland Central. And so that's where flexible funding really comes into its own. And the plan, the initial plan, you know, based on their needs and the key is because it's consistent, right? So you won't have a very different assessment of need and support in different parts of the country. But we are trusting people to use that funding appropriately. There are, through organisations who support them in doing their personal budgets and using their flexible funding, there are some checks and balances. So, for example, a provider could then say, do you realise that you're at month 6 and you're 70% of your flexible funding for the year? So, you know, there is support available. We're not just saying, here's the assessment, here's the plan, knock yourself out. That would be inappropriate. We are providing support where it's needed.
Supplementary, Caroline.
Thank you.
Thank you for saying that you'll give us a breakdown of where that 200 million underspend came from. But just a question for the officials or yourself, Minister. Do you know if any of the underspend came from programs that were planned and weren't delivered?
Yes.
Thank you. I can answer that. No, they didn't. All of the underspends were one-off funding available that hadn't been allocated, and we know that NAS didn't need to allocate that as they were all well underspent. So they had plenty of money if people were assessed as needing funding, whether it was through flexible funding or through home and care providers or respite to access that funding. It's largely funding that wasn't used within the year or allocated to an individual, which means that actually, because it is one-off funding, we can't allocate it towards packages for the future, because otherwise we'd be then saying stop and start. You know, you've got money now, but you won't have it in the future, and that's the last thing that we wanted to do. We want certainty for disabled New Zealanders that the money that has been allocated to them, they can use for their needs.
So I think an important context there is that before budget 24, NASCs didn't have budgets. So they didn't have budgets at all. So there was no visibility on what it was that they were allocating as packages. So that's part of why there is a greater level of confidence around that 200 million, because NASCs all have their budgets. We've got visibility on how they're tracking against their budget, as well as the two uplifts of 14% and 10% that I told you about. So that's why there was confidence in being able to carry the funds forward.
And just as in the context of $200 million of underspend, in the context of $1 billion of additional money. So 800 million was spent, but
Yes.
200 million wasn't.
Yes.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Can I just have one more?
Supplementary matter, Madam.
Thank you. Anō, kia ora, Minister. I'm not in the room. I'm somewhere else right now. In my backside. Minister, so just to the gentleman to your left, or to my left, I guess, your right, you referred to Tai Tokerau in a sample of the flexible funding scenario. And then, Minister, you just referred to Kaitaia and Auckland, which are all the places in which I love and are all about. So what I did want to understand better is in terms of whaikaha Māori, what in the, not only in the flexible funding space, but just across, how do we know, how will we know, what are there measures specific to whānau Māori, whaikaha Māori in this, through the DSS? Are there specific priorities and measures for whānau Māori?
Well, I think, first and foremost, the assessment process and the plan that I talked about is for each individual and their whānau. And so we're not predetermining what that plan is, but it'll also be based on, what their needs are and what support is available in the area. Is there anything you want to add to that? Al?
Yeah, absolutely. We know that Māori have a higher rate of disability within the population. They also access disability support services at a higher rate, and so really important for us that we're able to provide different kinds of services that can meet that need. That's why the flexible funding was so important. We also know that Māori are accessing DSS increasingly. So over the last year to 2 years, we have seen the rates of the number of Māori accessing disability support services increase. But lack of services can't fully be ameliorated by just informal supports and flexible funding. There does actually need to be service provision. We've recently taken on a Māori commissioning lead to look at exactly that. I think last time we were in front of this committee, we talked about Māori providers. That's one part of it, but delivering services to Māori is obviously an important part. So we've got dedicated resource and function now within DSS to drive exactly that kind of change.
So the by Māori for Māori is a thing. That's a thing in your mind.
Yes, we absolutely, and again, I think last time we had this conversation, we mentioned that like a data network was important, that we needed to understand who our kaupapa Māori providers were. We now have a better view of that. And that's something that we can now focus on to grow and improve services for Māori.
New question, Dana.
Thank you. Well, it is a new question, but it's also related to NESCs. It was good to see in budget 2025 more funding to help the NESCs to do their work. I do, in my area, we do have issues around assessments and timeliness of that, and people don't actually know how to get some help in that space. So I'm interested to know what measures are in place to ensure the timely NESC assessments are completed, given that that has clearly been a focus, and what work is being done on, providing access to them more readily, because it's hard enough for people ordinarily without some of the challenges that the people in the whaikaha community encounter.
Yeah, so the comment I made earlier in the presentation around, the system is still far too complicated. So part of the strengthening work and listening to the community is how do we simplify it, and what are the things we focus on first. I've got some very aspirational views around that, but I won't share them with you just yet. Need to crawl before we can walk and before we can run. In terms of the NESCs, I said, there was a significant amount of change that they're going through at the moment. All moving to a consistent assessment has been challenging. And so part of supporting them through this period of change and transition was surge funding. So that it, recognised they were doing their normal work, but also a significant period of change to assist with that. I don't know if we have data in terms of, where there are slower or longer periods for assessments and NESCs. Do we have that?
Yes, we monitor that on a monthly basis through our new budget management framework for NESCs. So the contract managers meet once a month with NESCs, and they rate them all on their performance and timeliness. We were seeing an increase in timeliness measures, not to the performance standards within the estimates, through till I think around December. We can provide that information to the committee. There has been a slight dip, but that was to be expected as we rolled out the new assessment model. They're taking, as with any change, it's taken them a little bit of time to get used to. So that's dipped a little bit, not a lot in the last couple of months, but we're hoping that'll be back on track by June, and we are having really strong conversations in a contractual management sense with them about improving their performance. As the Minister said, that increase in funding was targeted directly at improving their timeliness and access to assessments.
So that regular monitoring of performance was not in place 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's right.
So that in itself is a significant change and a significant improvement. The other things that I have said to NASCs and providers when I've met them is, to make sure that with DSS, we continue to have an open conversation while we're navigating this change. So, we do want to make sure that we are continually improving it. And while things, might not be working as intended, if we keep the dialogue and conversations open between DSS providers and NASCs, that will allow us to make those improvements faster, which is all part of the strengthening work that we're underway with.
So am I correct in assuming that surge funding will come to an end? It's time limited?
Yes.
And that, but that there is a percentage increase after that to continue to fund the extra work needed?
Correct.
Yes, okay, right,
Correct.
thank you.
Thanks. On that note, CCS Disability has said quite publicly that wait times, they're hearing from their members that wait times for assessment has increased quite a bit, and for equipment as well, and that declines have increased from NASCs as well. So my question was whether that is being monitored, what is the trend, and can you share that information for both?
Yes, we can, and I think I highlighted the trends.
Yeah, thank you.
Supplementary, Kaharangi.
Just wanting to understand around the DSS, and in the Minister's opening statements, you talked about extensive consultation with the disability community, and said thank you to some of the organisations like EGL for their support. And I just wanted to clarify that their support was actually for the disability strategy, not for the DSS bill. Could you just
Yeah,
confirm
absolutely.
that?
So all throughout the time I've been the minister, the biggest challenges is lack of consistency, lack of transparency, no sustainability, postcode lottery, unfair. And so what was very concerning to me when I became the minister was to find out that there was no authorising legislation. And if you think about all of those concerns that people have raised the whole time, the foundations that we're doing with the first part of the DSS bill sort that. So, what is the purpose of DSS? Who is it for? And actually setting up the foundations for that next piece of strengthening. So if you think about what comes next, when we talk about ministerial programs, that then puts on the record, clear, transparent, simple, what is it? So if you think about residential pricing, the new model that we put in place, that would then become a ministerial program, which is gazetted, goes to cabinet, is approved, and everybody can see it. And then another example of a ministerial program will be the carer support package that we're working on at pace. So what have we heard from carers? They feel undervalued, they feel underpaid, they worry about what will happen as they get older and their ability for their adult disabled child to be looked after. So the components of the carer support package clearly is, what is the financial assistance? What does respite look like? What other sorts of support might they require? And one of the really, really big ones for me is making sure that we are planning well enough in advance for their adult disabled child. What does a transition look like? So that, they are comfortable when they're, early 20s or late 20s child moves into a flat. And I was in some of these flats on Friday. And then they can be parents as opposed to being the full-time carer. But those are big transitions and we need to build in sufficient time to plan for that. And so I think around the sustainability, then it makes it easier for a carer who's a family member to kind of know and plan for that. What these ministerial programs will mean, and the bill allows a 3-year transition. So we will need all of these ministerial programs to be done in the 3-year period. Any change, significant change by a minister or a chief executive will not be possible when the ministerial programs are in place on top of the DSS bill. So what do people say? They want consistency, they want certainty, they want sustainability, they want it to be clear, and they want it to be transparent. So yes, it's going to take us a little bit of time to get there, but it will be much, much better at the end of it. Because previously, it could be a note in a cabinet paper. It could be a letter from a minister to a chief executive, and significant changes were made. That is not good enough, and that is why we are making these changes.
Thank you. And so I just have one more supplementary around what you've talked about, the feedback. And there is no question that disabled people have been asking for a framework that for the DSS model for a really long time. So that is great work. In that feedback that you received with the strategy, was there feedback around carers not being considered as Crown employees? Because what I've heard is around like budget blowouts, which I always sort of go, oh, because if that's the price of dignity for disabled people, then I think that's just the price of it. We were just talking about how 54% of the vote goes to superannuation, and no one's arguing that the dignity of elderly people should be compromised. So my question is around, in that feedback that that extensive feedback that you talked about, was anyone concerned about, was that one of the key concerns of people, that carers would be considered Crown employees?
Yeah, so as I said before, the feedback that has come through from carers over a very long time is they feel undervalued, underpaid, and that their care is unsustainable. And that is what we are focusing on with the carer support package. And, you know, and still maintaining choice and control. You know, at the end of the day, the choice of who the carer is should sit with the disabled person. And we should ensure that there are sufficient transitions over time. You know, where the Supreme Court decision came in, the whole way DSS is set up was it was never intended that DSS be an employer of family carers. Was never the intention. And part of not having underpinning legislation then exposes the Crown to risk that a Supreme Court makes a decision about who is an employee and who isn't, and actually that you can be an employee without an employment contract, for example.
Which happens all the time.
Oh, wait, no, we don't have enough time. New question, correct?
So, but the other thing I just do want to say, our investment with 2.1 billion over 2 budgets is saying very clearly, we understand the need for greater level of investment, but taxpayers quite rightly have an expectation that the agency responsible for the funding knows where the money is going, who it is going to, what is the performance of the organisation that is receiving the funding, and that it is planned, managed and controlled. So I don't want that assertion left on the table that we as a government are not investing in disabled people. We are, and we have significantly. $2.9 billion this year is the largest there has ever been in DSS. But you cannot have any organisation anywhere across the Crown that spends at will without any controls in place.
The last question, Priyanka.
Thank you. Minister, no one disagrees with codifying DSS funding into legislation. It was on the cards for the previous government as well. However, the issue is the amount of detail in the secondary ledge, and also the fact that this bill, as it's drafted, reduces legal protections and autonomy for disabled people. Can you explain how that is consistent with the UN CRPD that New Zealand ratified in 2008? The accompanying documentation to the bill points out the lack of consultation prior to or through the development of the bill. Possibly, it says, may be seen as inconsistent with the obligations of the UN CRPD, and that's just one part of it.
Yeah, well, I reject your assertion outright. In terms of ministerial programs, I have said very clearly that there will be no ministerial program while I'm the minister that is not consulted on. Other ministers, other governments may have a different view. But this does need to be done. It is critically important. And I will say again, once these ministerial programs are in place, no minister and no chief executive will be able to make significant change without it being gazetted and without cabinet approval.
Yeah.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you to your officials. Thank you to Anne, Justin and Alistair. Also, thank you to Ellen and Laura online for interpreting. Appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Be specific. So with that, we have time for brief opening remarks, just under 3 minutes. So we'll throw to you and then we'll open for questions.
50 minutes to be specific. I think I can do that in 50 minutes.
3 minutes to start.
Well, fair enough. Look, I'm grateful for the opportunity to share all the good news about what is being achieved in education. I'm specifically responsible for attendance, school lunches, ECE, charter schools, private schools, independent schools and integrated schools. I'll try and cover off as much of that as I can. First of all, in attendance, we have recontracted the attendance services, put in place attendance action plans, implemented the stepped attendance response scheme, and altogether we have seen continuously increasing attendance. It's been particularly heartening to see the commitment that Kiwis have to getting to school. Every day this term, We've seen greater attendance than the attendance the year before, with the exception of about 3 days surrounding King's birthday. And the reason I say that is it's significant given the challenges that people have been facing with fuel costs, still getting their children to school. And I think that is a really hopeful thing for the future of our country, and also reflects the work the government has done and the additional spending that has gone into the attendance service. On school lunches, we continue to see incredible savings, $122 million saved versus the old scheme. But the savings are actually much greater because that's the old scheme without adding inflation. We've done that bringing on board a whole lot of new contractors this year, and we have maintained comparable levels of surplus to the old scheme. The difference is that those young people will now graduate and have far less government debt to pay than they would have had we continued with the old scheme. And yet we don't rest. We continue to innovate and find new ways to do better. And we've put a small amount of money into examining how the school lunch program could be made even better. Charter schools kicking goals with both feet. Now completely demonstrated beyond even the most cynical doubters to cost less than state schools. But it's not really about money. It's about the magic of children who are, in many cases, completely disengaged with education, now getting engaged. Children who felt that they did not have the capability to learn or education wasn't for them, suddenly finding a new spark in their life. And I think that is very, very exciting and a great note to go to questions on.
Thank you very much. Our first question is from Ginny Anderson.
Thank you very much. And thank you for bringing up charter schools straight away. You previously claimed that the charter school, secondary school of the same size of the average state school would cost less. How many secondary charter schools are there the same size as a state school?
Well, it's probably more a question of how many state schools are of that size. I'm not an expert on state schools, but I'm sure that there would be some out there.
Could we have that information if you don't have that with you now?
Yeah, about I think the roles of state schools will be out there on education that counts, but if you'd like me to help you navigate that, I can certainly assist.
Yeah, no, how many secondary charter schools are the same size as a state school?
Well, again, the question really is how many state schools are out there that are the same size as charter schools, because there's far fewer charter schools than state schools. But again, the knowledge of the size of state schools is available on Education Counts. I don't have it at my fingertips, but I'd be happy to sit down with the member and use the internet later if she'd like.
That's great if we can have that committee.
Okay.
That's good. Exactly how many students are currently attending charter schools?
Around about 1,600.
Okay. And how many charter schools are there in total right now?
There must be around about 16, I would say.
So how much has been spent since the reintroduction of charter schools on charter schools? And if possible, can we get that down to per capita spend?
Yeah, so first of all, there's been a very misleading attempt to try and make the setup costs the per student amount. I would liken it to opening up a restaurant and saying it costs $10 million to open the restaurant. They serve 10 pizzas on the first day and saying, oh, well, obviously the pizzas cost $1 million each. Any sensible person would say, well, how long is the restaurant going to be around for? How many pizzas is it going to serve per day in the future? And then calculating the cost per pizza from that. I think the way that people have tried to misrepresent the early days of charter schools, when, of course, like any organisation, any activity, you're going to spend more per person than over the 10 years of the contract. That kind of misleading activity is precisely why the government is so committed to improving numeracy, including amongst young people who could grow up to become opposition MPs.
Taking on board that kids aren't pizzas, are you prepared to give us the information that we've asked later at a date about how much has been spent since the reintroduction of charter schools on charter schools? Are we able to have
that is published in the estimates paper. So again, I'm happy to help the member use the internet. But in terms of our children pizzas, they're not. What I was using as an analogy, where you compare two things that are different to show a common concept.
How much on average has been spent on each charter school since they were founded?
Well, again, that is a question for the people that work in the charter school agency. However, we know from the analysis that they've produced that it will be the amount spent per student times the number of students.
Can you give us
and
that figure?
Yes, it's slightly less than is spent on a student in a state school, depending on whether it's primary or secondary. In each case, it's about $400 less per year per student. That is the true comparison over the 10 years that they're contracted for.
Right.
And any attempt to provide cherry-picked or misleading figures, I think is just doing a disservice to the standards of political debate in New Zealand.
Okay, we have a supplementary question from Lawrence. Do you know?
Quite a few supplementary on charter schools,
Okay.
Madam Chair. Just want to focus, I think it's important for the minister to understand that the burden of proof on how much charter schools are spending per capita isn't on us and also on the committee. It's on the minister to be able to provide that per capita cost. And based on what we're seeing in terms of budget 2026, 2027, with the number that just been given, it is still outrageously more than what the per capita cost and funding towards a state school student is. That's just simple math. So would the minister be able to, or the officials be able to provide us an actual number?
Yes, we have provided extensive analysis of the setup costs and the operating costs of the schools and demonstrated that in both cases, the amount per student is less than for a state school. The burden of proof is on us, yes, and we have gone to great lengths to demonstrate.
What we haven't seen, as the minister would appreciate, of any good assessment is actually the workings. So if the ministry wouldn't mind providing us with a calculation for that, because again, based on the budget, that's not what we'll see.
Well, I think you'll find that the workings are that this is the formula. This is how much money you get for having a student in a charter school. So, there is no working, it's just that's the amount we pay them. And it's less than the state spends on state schools across the country.
Again, that's not being reflected in terms of the actual number that the minister mentioned as in charter schools versus the budget. But I want to move on and ask the minister.
We've addressed that though, and you persist in trying to, and this is why I gave you the analogy of the restaurant, to take the costs of a policy in its first few days and then try and extrapolate that out over 10 years is misleading the public.
But I also want to give you the same analogy that when we have a restaurant, there's an initial excitement to it, but then the quality does decrease over time. So the analogy itself is
not
good.
the restaurants I eat at.
I do want to check with.
Not the fine Hawke's Bay restaurants, Lawrence.
I want to check with the minister, which is what is the average class size?
Maybe in the Greens.
Well, again, that will vary by school. We
Give me a
don't
range.
Well, it's actually very difficult to do because they've been growing so rapidly. We've had around 700% growth in charter school roles over the first year. So you can imagine that it's a very fast moving target.
Great. Give me a range as of last week.
So that's not information that we require from the charter schools.
I think the thing that you have to understand is that we are giving the money, slightly less money actually, than a state school would have got for teaching the same student, and asking them to get the outcomes. And the outcomes are charter school students show up to school more and they achieve more. That's the outcome that we want. We don't get involved in auditing, counting the children in every class or micromanaging how they operate. So, I can understand why some people might ask that question. But what I'd say to you is that that's a misunderstanding. We are not, as the government, telling them how to run the school. We are requiring them to get results. And the other difference is that they can actually be shut down for failing to get the kinds of results that we contracted them for. A state school might well have lots of statistics and be carefully managed in respect of how many students in the class, for example, and you can have lots of data, but you don't shut them down when they fail. And that is the big difference with charter schools.
You could when you get to a serial.
Questions through the chair.
No question, Madam Chair. The reason I ask about the class size, as the minister will surely understand, with a smaller class size, it means that teachers and educators have more time to spend on students, and therefore you will see an increase in terms of student performance. That's just what we know of education. So how then do you see the success of a charter school being a small class size and having that more one-on-one interaction per student, when in state schools, often we do see class sizes, Auckland Grammar, for example, easily 30 students per classroom, despite the funding per capita FTEs per number of students?
Well, first of all, it's not always true that smaller classes lead to better results. Many of us can remember our favourite teacher. Very few of us can remember how many students were in our class. Second of all, if we accept that smaller class sizes can be helped, well, I'm sure you probably do remember the number of people in. But that's not normal.
Debatable, and what is considered observable.
So, well, some would use other expressions, but I'm trying to be good for the rest of the week.
I appreciate that, Minister.
The other thing I would say, that to the extent that you believe that class sizes are important, charter schools have a unique ability to lessen their class sizes despite having the same funding. And the reason for that is that they are able to redirect their funding. They can spend less on buildings, more on people. One of the big innovations that I think has come out of charter schools over the years is that we probably spend in education too much on buildings, not enough on people. It's a people business. So by redirecting their funding to get smaller sizes, it's very useful. Another thing they can do, one charter school in the past actually had more classes per day, longer hours for the teachers, but the quid pro quo was that they got fewer people in the class. Now, what's interesting, and especially for members sitting to my right, is that that school was shut down by an incoming Labor government, and it lost its business model because it was forced to have union contracts, which did not tolerate that flexibility. I think that's a really interesting example for people on the political left to reflect on. However, there are other innovations that are possible. If you were to go to Mastery School in Christchurch, for example, they have a model where they give effectively internships or apprenticeships to education students from the University of Canterbury. And this is a win-win, because these students get a part-time job, learning on the job under experienced teachers, while the people who, and there's a member here from Christchurch who may have visited the school, she has, and it's a really, really exciting thing for the students, but also who get more teachers and more adults in their classroom, but also for these student teachers who get more on-the-job training. Because I can tell you, everyone I've talked to says, taking on 30 kids for 6 hours a day is not for the faint-hearted. And if all you have in training is a bunch of Marxist claptrap that you got from your university, then they will eat you alive. And so this kind of on-the-job training is very helpful.
Okay, supplementary question from Carl Bates.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Minister. So talking about the actual outcomes for students, which is a novel concept for some, can you tell us about the results that charter schools have delivered for student achievement for the students actually attending these schools?
Yeah, so first of all, let me just talk a little bit about being there. So across the board, we've only got results for the 7 that opened in early 2025. The others, it's too early to say. But in the ones that have completed a full year, 5 out of the 7 have exceeded their targets, and most of the 5 have actually exceeded the government's goal of 80% regular attendance. So that's been a spectacular thing. The 2 that haven't are schools that were deliberately set up for students who are completely disengaged. One of them, Christchurch North College, set up by 4 state school principals because they knew in their heart of hearts there were students enrolled at their school they couldn't reach. And unlike many in the state sector who are hostile to charter schools, they actually decided to embrace the opportunity to give kids greater educational opportunity. So they did this. But of course, that school, every term, new students enroll who are not in the habit of going to school. So even though they've made great progress with individual students in the first year, their average has been weighed down by inducting those new students each term. But over time, they'll make more progress. So that's achieved engagement or attendance. On achievement, we have set similar targets that effectively mean they have to do as well or better than equivalent state schools. And again, 5 of the 7 have exceeded their targets, so effectively done better than equivalent state schools at a similar level of EQI. Those that haven't, one of them I point to would be Mastery, which I've just discussed. Mastery was specifically set up to take children who were having serious learning difficulties, dyslexia, or other similar diagnosed conditions. 60% of students at Mastery have such a condition. So in their first year, they didn't make their target. But what will happen, and what has happened, in fact, is that the authorisation board, which is made of student educators, Dame Professor Elizabeth Rata, Justine Mann, former principal of St Cuthbert's College, they will be assessing the schools and saying, you missed your target, and assessing whether they need further sanctions. We don't performance manage schools like that anywhere else in the sector, but in return for having all the flexibility we talked about, charter schools have better accountability.
Thank you. Supplementary question from Pamjit Kumar.
Thank you. Minister, you released figures about setting up a new charter school for 100 students, which was 401,675, and compare that with setting up a new state school. And the cost, as per your release, was $638,249. Can you tell us how is it that charter schools are saving so much money for taxpayers?
Yeah, so that figure you're quoting is the cost of starting up a new school. If you have a state school, for example, a new state school, they will actually pay a principal for 5 terms prior to establishment, with a for 1 term. So there's several differences like that, where we just don't give as much money to a new charter school as we would to a new state school. And then, of course, there's also the operating cost, where because state schools frequently get increases in some parts of their funding formula, they don't always apply to charters. So as a result, charter schools get slightly less per student in operating funding, but we think the flexibility allows them to still outperform. In fact, we've shown that the flexibility they have in state schools.
Yeah, so this is about the enrollment demand that, Minister, you mentioned that it's increasing quite significantly for charter schools. So in the funding that is there for the next budget year, are you sure that there is enough to meet the demand?
Well, there will be, because the primary and secondary funding appropriation can be accessed as students shift from the state or integrated system into a charter school. That funding follows them. So there will be enough funding. They can grow almost infinitely. And I think it's a wonderful opportunity. There's been several examples already where charter schools have actually had to move premises because there is so much demand. I was speaking to somebody, strangely enough, from the French consulate at World War II Memorial on the weekend. And this person told me that the French community is so excited about École Française. You don't have to be French to go there, but it probably helps. And they've now taken over the building next door. Similarly, Mastery are largely, they've got a waiting list. They're constrained by their numbers. And there's one, I forget which, but which is actually trying to rent more space. So, they're literally bursting at the seams.
That's great.
Great. Supplementary question from Grant McCallum.
Yeah, thanks very much. So I think it's important to remember the with the charter schools, the types of schools that are being set up, and the types of students they're attracting, as opposed to your average state school, because that's students and the advantage that brings to the whole system and the students in particular.
Well, you can't put a stereotype or a type of person. Tirito, which I think is one of the great success stories that we don't hear a lot about. This is way up in Kaitaia. It's like, past the Bay of Islands. It's further than most New Zealand. I mean, you will know because you're the MP for Northland, but most people, Katie Nimmin, she didn't even realise this was part of New Zealand.
We're not so foreign in Hawke's Bay.
It's past Auckland. But, so, this is a school that actually grew out of an early childhood provider. And one of the issues in the far north, as some of us know, is that there's people there who don't always have a high level of trust for the Crown for a variety of historical reasons we don't need to go into. However, they do trust the operators of Tirito. And when Tirito said, well, at our 3 early childhood centres, what are you going to do next year? They said, I'll have to go to a state school. They said, well, what if we operated a state school? So now they are. and they're just kicking goals with both feet. I mean, their attendance, their achievement, it's just fantastic. So that would be an example of young, 5, 6-year-old Maori students in one of the parts of New Zealand. But equally, I just mentioned Cole, that's in Remuera, and there, the basic proposition is, if you're trying to send your kid to a primary school in central Auckland, and you've got quite a few choices in that part of the country, you've got private, you've got integrated, you've got state, lots of options. But, why not learn another language in French, do the international baccalaureate, and have a really good vibe, which they have there. So it's just you'd be nuts not to send your 5-year-old to a Cole, really.
All right. Well, given I have been to Kaitaia, we'll let that one rest. We have a new primary question from Lawrence Sunan.
Thank you. So there are lots of supplementary questions around ECE relegation. Can I just check with the minister, why has the increase in funding for ECE been at 1.5% in this year's budget, considering the inflation is at 4% and potentially even higher with the fuel prices, and which is already underfunding compared to last year, 0.4% increase compared to a 2.3%.
I think it's worth looking at the last decade. The increases have been under for a long time, and of course that has put a lot of pressure on the sector. There's no question about that. But I also just give you this thought. We are operating in an environment where most areas of the government got no new money. Healthcare got $1.5 billion, ECE got a little bit, a few other areas got something, but for the most part, most government departments, if they wanted more money, they had to save elsewhere. In the case of ECE, we can't save money because it's just a cash cut within the ECE budget. So I think while 1.5%, you're quite right, is behind inflation, people are under a lot of pressure, that none of that is in dispute. I think the reality is that we actually, given the circumstances the government faced, gave more to ECE than most, if not all areas. I mean, even farming, the medicine budget that I'm responsible for didn't get 1.5%, and yet medicines are an enormous priority for many New Zealanders.
Just a few more questions on ECE, Madam Chair. So in that case, if it's over 1.5%, how come kindergartens only got 0.48% compared to 1.5%?
This is an expert level question. The reason for that is that kindergartens, unlike the rest of the ECE sector, have a collective agreement where their teachers are paid by the state rather than by the ECE. So because that has been ramped up, kindergartens have effectively got more money than 1.5%. Therefore, the remaining operating budget has been increased by less. So kindy's still got 1.5% overall. It just part of it was in this increase and part of it was in the collective agreement.
That's really helpful, Minister. Can I just check? So yesterday in the hearing with the Minister for Regulations, one of the questions that I proposed was that whether the cuts, whether some of the deregulations we're seeing in ECE actually translates to tangible real-world cost savings for consumers. We have seen the cost of ECE only go up, despite the fact that regulations have loosened. So how would you respond to the fact that it actually haven't made it cheaper for parents to send kids to ECE?
A couple of observations. First of all, great guy, that Minister for Regulation. Second of all,
I thought you might appreciate that.
Yeah. Second of all, when you ask questions, you forecast that there would be many supplementaries and people would be interested in the question you asked. I just hope that today that comes true. Second of all, in terms of the cost, the biggest driver of cost for ECE is the pay parity regime that was put in place by the previous government. And what that means in practice is that every year that a teacher is at an ECE, they have to get a mandatory pay rise. It doesn't matter if they're the best, the worst, terrible, if they're there for a year, they get paid. This puts a ratchet effect on the price or the cost that the centres face. And that far outweighs any changes that we can make in regulation. So yes, as the Minister for Regulation explained yesterday, there have been significant reductions, or there will be as the policy rolls out, significant reductions in the amount of time that people have to spend getting ready for inspections and checking temperatures and all sorts of crazy stuff that we've stopped requiring them to do. But the biggest driver of cost is actually that pay parity regime. And I think for people on my right, they need to ask themselves, is that still a policy they'd like to support?
But pay parity doesn't exist for, as far as I know, for private, for profit ECE.
Yes, it most certainly does. If they wish to access the 20 hours free, then they need, yep.
You're right. Just a few more questions on ECE. Minister, what's the most, other than the 20 hours free that you just mentioned, what is the most a parent would pay for ECE service here in Aotearoa?
Well, that is highly variable, but you could start with somebody at 40 hours and $15 an hour, that's $600 right there. So it's certainly a major expense for people.
And can I also then check, one of the things we see in terms of changes to ERA report is, and the Minister for Education, I think the Minister, you also mentioned that it gives ability for parents to have choices, right? But what we're seeing in terms of ERA reports for ECE is it has gotten simpler, it's more vague, and in fact, some of the things where we see ECE is being deregistered, they're still operating. But one of the questions I want to check with you, Minister, is if it's about giving choices to parents, how come fee schedules are not transparent for parents when it comes to ECE service?
Well, again, I mean, these are ultimately private businesses. So they have to think, if they want people to come to them, probably one of the things that you'll want to do is be open and honest about your fee schedule. If you're not, then there's going to be a consequence for that.
Well, currently there isn't. Unlike all other parts of private business, you go to a supermarket, they don't go like, we're not going to tell you how much an apple is. You just have to keep talking to us and find out. But that's currently how it's operating in CE. There is no transparency when it comes to fee schedule. You can't find it online.
In my experience of visiting ECEs and their websites, they do tend to tell you what their fees are. If you know some that are hiding their fees, that's a very interesting business tactic. But I mean, it's not one I would use if I was running an ECE, and as far as I'm aware, most don't.
Last question on ECE from me, and other people may have questions. Can I just check the Minister's committed to no further changes to funding rules until the funding reviews complete?
Yeah, we don't have any plans to change the rules before the review's complete. I think we should, but we're not going to for now.
Thank you so much.
Great. We have a supplementary question from Hana Rafferty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just I guess a supplementary question from last year's scrutiny going into this year's scrutiny of 2026. In the early childhood education and scrutiny of last year, I found that there was a 7% underspend in early childhood education that roughly amounted to around $36 million. And now Kohanga Reo falls under the budget of ECE, and there are around 55 properties within Kohanga Reo projects that want to be completed. And only 10 were approved from the government. Yet last year, when I found that gap of an underspend of 30 million, that could have gone towards paying those 45 classrooms needed for Kohanga Reo. And the reason why this is so important is because when we look at the ECE in a multi-curriculum, many Kohanga Reo classrooms experience underfunded facilities such as leaking roofs, damp classrooms, mouldy classrooms, unsafe infrastructure, poor heating and installation. And this is one of the main reasons why there are 2,000 tamariki on the waiting list for Kohanga Reo across the country. And on those waiting lists, those are often the tamariki who are declined at the womb for Kohanga Reo, and one of those reasons are the property infrastructure. So my questions, I guess it's like multiple questions and the supplementary, but it's where was that money, 36 million, reprioritised in this 26 budget? What are the funding mechanisms in this 2026 budget for property for allocating those 45 Kohanga Reo classrooms? And is there anything in this budget for 2026 that addresses the 2,000 tamariki on the waiting list?
Yeah. Okay. So 3 questions. First of all, that's all right. It's a good question. So as far as the what you describe as an underspend, what happens is we put up a certain amount of money based on our best guess of how many students will show up for how many hours. But of course, you never quite know because, you know, life's complicated, and if students don't show up as much as we anticipated, then of course we don't have to pay out as much to the centres. What happens to that money? I mean, it would be tempting to say, right, that's free money, we can throw it at something, but we have a policy that it just goes back to the Treasury, because oftentimes there's other areas where they have overspends and they need to have money for that. So I wouldn't really say it's an underspend. It's just, you know, we made a best guess. It was a little bit high. Some money went back. There'll be other people that got it wrong the other way, and it all balances out. The second part about the support for Kohanga Reo, look, I mean, I think Kohanga Reo is a marvellous initiative, and we certainly support it. And we have, in the last couple of years, given specific money to Kohanga Reo. I can't remember the exact amounts off the top of my head. The secretary might know.
Yeah, you put 2.9 million in budget 26 specifically for the National Trust to meet inflationary pressures, Minister.
Yeah, so we have increased funding for Te Kohanga Reo. And I think that's a worthwhile thing to do. It's just that we face these pressures everywhere. And, you know, it's also true that for most ECE, we don't actually give them money to build their service. We just pay them for the amount of people that show up. So we're already doing more for Te Kohanga Reo than we are for other types of service. And some people say, can you do even more? In theory, yes, but we're just juggling so much stuff in this budget, which has been a tough one for everybody.
Great, thank you. Next primary question from Ginny Anderson.
Oh, thank you very much. Minister, do you stand by your statement that those school communities where they have sort of hungry families and they give the leftover school lunches to those families, that's equivalent to shoplifting?
No, I've never made that statement.
I thought you did make that on the news. You said when they returned those lunches back into those communities, that was equivalent to sort of stealing.
No, I've never made a statement like that.
Oh, okay.
You shouldn't believe everything that you hear on the
watch
news.
on the news.
Would you like that? Don't believe the media. I mean, you should see some of the people on there. Let me clarify. I was asked, is it important to follow the law? Because I think if Parliament votes for money to be spent on lunches for children, then it is against the law to take that money and spend it on, you know, giving lunches to people to take home, for example. So that is a point of fact. Then I was asked by a reporter, you know, why it is important to follow the law? And I just gave the first example I could think of why you shouldn't break the law. It doesn't mean that the two instances are the same, other than they are both against the law. But of course, you know, the quality, there's a reason that trust in media has declined in recent times. They don't always reflect conversations accurately in the news.
Can you confirm that the ministry spends $1 million to destroy those leftover school lunches per annum?
No, the ministry does not spend that money.
Oh, I've seen information. Are you happy if I provide that? I've seen information that it is in fact costing $1 million per year to dispose of the lunches that can't be returned. If I provide that information, is it able to be clarified from officials?
Well, no, the ministry certainly does not spend that money. It's possible that within the operations that the contractors have, because they're obliged to pick
right.
Sure that and recycle them. I'm sure that within their internal accounting there will be an amount of money, but it would be wrong to say that the ministry is spending that money.
So did that additional money, whether it's $1 million or not, will leave? Did that come after the fact when there was a decision made not to be able to return that food to the community? We pay the contractors for delivering the lunches. Was there that we pay them a certain amount per lunch delivered each. Like, we don't get involved and say, right, how much did you spend on chicken? That's for them. So when the point came when there was a decision taken for whatever reason that those uneaten meals could not be returned to the community, was there a revision of those contracts to increase them in order for those providers to pick up and dispose of the leftover food? No, because, oh, sorry.
No, I could speak to this.
Right. He's itching to go.
We required the contractors to have waste management plans, and that has been long-standing, not subsequent to a decision to not enable people to be able to circulate
any spare lunches out into the community. Waste management plans had been in place for some time. With one set of providers, we opted to provide some further funding to enable them to undertake the recycling that was required. Because aluminium trays are quite difficult to recycle. Some of the other trays used were quite difficult to recycle as well. And so we adjusted one of our contracts with that in mind.
So is it still the policy if schools have lunches that are uneaten, that they are not allowed to provide those to children to take home or to give to the community?
That's right. One of the things that we have changed is that we have put in place an ordering system where the principal or the person in charge at the school is supposed to order the right amount of meals expected to show up to school that day. That is a prudent use of taxpayers' money and resources. You can't just order extra ones so you can use them for other purposes. That's not why the Parliament has given the money from the taxpayers to the school lunch program.
How do you? Oh, sorry, last one. How do you order
three ago with the last one? But
how do you order schools to make sure that principals aren't ordering extra to feed hungry families? And do you find out if they're doing that, and do they get in trouble for doing so?
Well, I don't know they get in trouble. There are some schools that have been persistently reporting high surpluses, and the Ministry of Education has certainly been, in a constructive way, getting alongside them and saying, look, you know, you're supposed to the but I wouldn't have it getting in trouble. And do I go around and audit them? No, I don't.
Okay, supplementary question from Pamjit Kumar.
Yeah, Minister, you've partly answered this because I was going to ask about the guidelines that the ministry give to schools to stop over ordering, because it's important that the food remains focused on students during school days. So are you able to elaborate on that, how that kind of works?
I feel they've got such an eager official here. I should give them another go. Thanks, Minister.
To provide certainty to the contracted providers around the number of meals needed each day. That enables us to ensure we're matching demand in some circumstances, and we're working through where certain of those circumstances will be the kids themselves have opted not to eat that particular lunch on that day, even though it's well tested. In some instances, they just like those green things, those sort of vegetables and things that are in there for nutritional reasons. And so we've got a bit of work to do to attract students a little more to do around getting the snack component, get all of that aligned. We really need schools to work with us on making sure those order numbers are right from the outset.
Supplementary question, Lawrence Denard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just on the question, so in October or probably earlier, Jeff, you're absolutely right. The school lunch collective was awarded an extra $1.6 million GST for waste disposal. Are you forecasting any sort of, and that's not part of Budget 2025, are you forecasting any additional expenditure when it comes to school lunches for waste or for any other aspects in this year's budget?
That particular contractor was only required to pick up waste or recycling every second day. So that was really the big difference in the contract. Actually, we with schools to recognise actually that needed to be picked up daily. So that was the adjustment. It was to fund that change. In this year's contracting, and we are setting out into procurement currently, so I can't go a lot into the detail around procurement, but what I can signal to you is we've put $2.6 million aside, seeking through RFI some interests from people regarding how they could support us to think through innovative approaches to school lunch delivery.
Thank you so much.
All right, a further supplementary from Vanessa Weenink, and then we'll move on to our next primary.
Thank you very much. So I've tasted a couple of these school lunches. One of the interesting things I found was that they had it was on 2 different days and 2 different chicken menus, apparently. I can't remember the names, I'm sorry. But it was the same chicken, but different. One had rice and one had, I think it was pasta. So it was almost exactly, they had a different name. And the principal told me that one of the reasons that the students start to refuse some of the items is that it's essentially the same thing that they're getting or they've seen quite frequently, just with a different base, like a different, how much variety is in the menu to keep the interest of the children?
Well, there's no question that probably the most frequent complaint that we've had this year is what we'd describe as meal fatigue, and that people have the same thing too many times. So I've actually given that feedback to the ministry and the contractor, and they are currently experimenting with new recipes and new compositions. If memory serves, there's about 7 different meals. They swap out and put some new ones in for precisely that reason. It's not that the quality's declined, but they just basically had the same thing a lot of times. So.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, further supplementary, then we'll move on.
Thank you, Minister. Further to that, because from the start, you have said that your goal is to maximize value for money in this program. And with that, will continue the kind of that you have made in this program.
Yeah, I am. I mean, you know, in a past life, I wasn't so keen on this policy at all, but here I am managing it. And, you know, and I do it to the best of my ability. And that means continuous contract management, which involves occasionally getting complaints from the customer, which is the student and the school, and going back to the contract saying, hey guys, such as the of me for at least another 5 months, at least by some extraordinary sequence of events, I get re-elected and given the same job again, which I guess is always possible.
All right, thank you. We'll move on now to the next primary question from Grant McCallum.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. My school attendance has obviously been something you've made a major focus for you, and the importance of that is obvious. What progress are you making, and where are the barriers? Where you must be getting to the stage now you start to see some real barriers that you need to try and help students and schools to address?
Look, so far we've made almost continuous progress. Sorry, if you look at the start of 2024, every term bar one has had better attendance than the same term 1 year earlier. So there's not much point in comparing a term 1 to a term 2 because the different seasons, and you know, term 4 has exams and all the rest. So there's always differences between terms within every year. So year on year comparison, there's only been one term where we didn't do better than the same term 1 year earlier, and that I think was term 1 last year, or was it term 4 at the end of last year? Anyway, it's one of the recent terms, and that was a term when there was an extraordinary amount of illness, which really hit our numbers hard, and you could actually see it on a specific set of days. So we've made continuous progress so far. I'm mindful that to keep getting the gains and reach our goal, we're going to have to keep pushing. And I would say that the biggest barrier in the longer term is going to be parents who just won't play ball. And that's why we've started prosecutions. There's been so far 36 that have been liable to a prosecution. At least that's a figure from about a month ago. Of those, 18, once they were threatened with prosecution, said, no, actually we'll send back to school, thank you very much. So that was quite effective. 17 remain under process. A further one had a court date set, but sadly did not show up for court. So you can see that potentially in that family, attendance is a multi-generational problem and not just at school. However, a new court date was set. Is an obligation. You know, this is like many other crimes people commit, and this is not quite a crime, but it is a real offence against you know, your children's future. This will only apply to people who, you know, could send their children to school. They don't face any. Frankly, I don't think that any parent has the right to deny their children a future like that. If they can't get there, we'll do everything. We'll move heaven and earth to help them. The attendance services out there, the resources, the funding, you know, we'll try and get them to school. But if they just won't, well, I'm sorry, but that's not good enough.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions from Lawrence Dunan first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to signal that my primary is also on attendance, so I'll just
Okay.
ask my question.
Yeah, go for it.
Minister, can I just check? So one of the things we do want to address is unjustified attendance, I think in particular. In terms of the data, we've seen some of the trajectory of attendance, which is good. Would you be able to break it down into how has that improved? Have you seen improvements in justified attendance as well as unjustified attendance? Does the data go into that level of granularity?
Justified.
Justified absence and unjustified absence, my apologies.
Look, it does. I wouldn't want to try and rehearse that off the top of my head. I don't know if we have.
Get that?
But very happy to provide it. I mean, the data
That'd be-
is you know, it's published frequently.
That'd be
And the
appreciated if we can get it
Again,
down
it's
to-
on the Education Accounts website.
Yeah, if I can get down to that level of granularity. Further questions. I guess one of the things is that students could be attending, and we've seen recently from Curriculum Insight, but students' engagement and enjoyment potentially may not be up. So just because students are attending doesn't mean they are also learning. I wondered if the minister have given any thoughts to, now they're at school, well, what else are we going to be able to do to keep them at school to ensure that they're engaging with the material?
Well, I mean, this is a very new age concept. You don't go to school to enjoy it. You go because you have to and you need to learn. Look, I think in terms of what motivates students to go to school, I don't know that making it more fun is what is needed. I think what is needed is a sense that if you go to school, you will get valuable knowledge that will enhance your future that you can't get elsewhere. I think some of the most important things that we're doing is actually just improving the curriculum, the level of teaching, because children, like most people, want to build their self-esteem, and it's called self-esteem because only you can do it for yourself. So we are committed to improving the quality of teaching and the level of knowledge available, so that children really will feel like there's a valuable service at school they can't get elsewhere that's essential to their future. That, I believe, is one of the most important things we're doing for attendance in the long term.
Can I just also check in terms of attendance? One of the things we do hear from that now chance opportunities to have more flexibility because you get students who or family who may want to do some part of it as homeschooling, some part of it as other sort of engagement. But now they won't be able to do that because the attendance is so specific.
Well, I mean,
is that an accurate assessment?
One number that I think is important to just keep in mind at all times when talking about school attendance. Schools are actually only open for like 180 days a year. I mean, there's like 185 other days every year to do family and sports and culture and on holidays. I mean, you have to show up to school 50% of the days. I don't think that's too much.
We have a supplementary question from Jenny Anderson.
Thank you very much. In terms of since the new attendance programs, we've seen sort of a bit of a polarisation in the data with particularly some areas, 1 in 4 Pacifica attending school, and we see that sort of Auckland itself and South Auckland is really in crisis, with Ministry saying that term 4 2025 regular attendance rose, and that meant that 80 to 90,000 students are missing for 3 weeks or more. So that's chronic long-term attendance hasn't shifted with the threat of penalising parents or fining parents. What else do you think you can do to shift the dial in that space if fining the parents hasn't seemed to move?
Yeah, well, first of all, I agree that there, which is that we haven't got the same level of increase in Pacific attendance as we have for other groups. I wouldn't say it's polarised. I'd just say that most groups have increased. Pacific students don't seem to have, and I guess ultimately is a challenge for some of those schools in South Auckland that have high Pacific enrolment, and it's also a challenge for the attendance services. And I'm always open to feedback from the principals and the attendance services. Need to switch up policies to make it work for them, as it seems to be working for most other parts of the country.
Is there anything in the budget that looks at addressing those underlying drivers that might be causing non-attendance, such as poverty or other complex issues? We know locally from one of my schools that the PB4L, positive learning behaviour for learning, was one mechanism they were using to address those underlying drivers. I know it's not all gone, we've learned that today, but that's been cut under this budget. Can you, your government addressing those underlying drivers of non-attendance?
So in the 2025 budget, we can have the whole debate about, housing and welfare payments and the economy and all the rest. I just make the point that we've had a major increase in stress on household budgets, particularly poorer household budgets. Price of been a really interesting experiment. If you suck a bunch of money out of household budgets, do you see attendance amongst poorer households decline? And the answer is we didn't. So I think in a way, we're kind of proven that a lot of people don't have much money, but they still send their children to school. On the other hand, in this topic, which I'm responsible for, increased it by about a half in 25. We noticed that many of the attendance services that were contracted, weren't doing the job. So we basically cancelled all their contracts, recontracted the ones that were good, and improved the service that way. And of course, we've got these attendance action plans that I went around the country, did roundtables with principals from, they the stepped response scheme that is the foundation for the attendance action plans. So these are the things that we've done, and so far our record, notwithstanding the stats for Pacific and South Auckland, which I agree with you, it's a serious problem, and we need to do better at that. For the most part, though, has delivered results.
But you still have.
Sorry, we're actually done. No, we have reached the end of it. Would you believe?
And we started early.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
10 more minutes.
There we go. So thank you very much, Minister.
Shannon, I tell you what, Shannon, he sat there for nearly an hour and he hasn't asked a question. I seek leave for a small extension for Shannon. Has he got a question?
Doesn't appear he does.
We're talking about attendance services. How many attendance services were discontinued because of inadequate delivery?
All of them actually were discontinued, and then we recontracted the ones that were shown performed. You could ask the question a different way. How many of them didn't get a new contract? And that's something I'd have to check and come back to you. But it was a significant amount.
Why were schools consulted in that?
Well, actually, schools were consulted extensively when the Education Review Office went around the country to study attendance. What they were told, overwhelmingly, there were good people working in attendance, but there were some that were just bloody hopeless, and we have zero tolerance for that.
There you go. Okay, we'll put a pin in it there.
There we go.
You're so charitable, Minister.
Potaka.
I'm sure that we will have some further questions for you and your officials. Ministry, yes, we have a little bit of time with you.
You right?
Tie up some loose ends.
And I believe I have the sheet, a little arrow here, and and the Chief Executive for NZQA is joining me as well.
An email? Yes.
No, this is
Arrow,
the whole
so
of
total
the
education.
All of it is.
Yeah.
So I can ask questions.
Yeah, yep.
Cool.
Good. Did enjoy that, the green stuff.
Now
The green stuff in there for nutrition. I'm assuming peas, broccoli, who knows?
Yeah, exactly. Beans, God knows.
Yeah. Right.
Honestly, it's the same. It's the same. They call it different things. But they call it the same.
lighten the load. But where's the fun in a smoother road? Why give a break when you can just say character build? Swipe that card, hear the process talk, but the price is leave. Take the hit, they'll say, be grateful, that's about it.
Funding, financing and incentives. They all work together, obviously, but it's an attempt, builds on, frankly, the last 10 years or so of urban development and housing growth work. Really kickstarted in 2016 through the unitary plan process following the Auckland reforms of 2010 through 12, and the Auckland unitary plan, which is now internationally studied as and cited as an example of Upston national policy on urban development of the last government. So it's in a lineage of reforms which are starting to make a difference in the housing market. So land supply, for which resource management reform is very important, alongside, to some extent, fast track. The budget provides quite a substantial sum of money, 294 million, to roll out resource management reform, the digital back end and the standards as part of that. It's not actually within vote housing and urban development, but is important. And there's a range of work underway at the moment around national direction in the new planning system, which will be almost like the MPSUD Mark II to do things like set housing growth targets. We're just working out exactly what that looks like in practice. More mixed use, upzoning around transit corridors, of which we've done some things already, obviously, through legislation, and the MPSUD already exists. So that work is very important. Pillar 2 is the funding and financing work. There's a bill that's just come back into the House, Infrastructure Funding and Financing Amendment Bill, which makes some amendments to the Infrastructure Funding and Financing Act to allow off-balance sheet borrowing for essentially private finance to get housing away. Has traditionally been regarded as a kind of greenfields approach, which is useful and important and deals with some of the debt constraints that face councils and their balance sheets. But the new Act, once the bill's passed, will allow IFF levies to be used for things other than just sort of greenfields housing. So, for example, transport projects, both highways and public transport projects. So it's an advance in that sense. And we're also got quite a lot of detailed policy work underway around development levies. So a flexible financing system for a flexible planning system. There's a lot of detail around that. We're hoping to get a bill into the House in the next few months before the election. Around that, there's been 2 rounds of consultation around the development levy work. So that's sort of pillar 2. And then pillar 3 is the incentives, which we have made progress on this year's budget. Obviously, is $400 million set aside for these. The Incentive for Growth Fund, which gives effect to the Act New Zealand Coalition Agreement, obviously, and actually National Party Manifesto. Sometimes people forget we campaigned on it too, which is designed to change the political economy of housing so that councils see housing growth as not just a burden, which they often see it as, but they actually gain a financial benefit out of that. And so there's 400 million set aside, 100 million per year. And we've set up we're in the process of setting up a scheme which will, first amount of money we paid out from the 1st of April 2027 and it's essentially a form of progressive incentives. So the harder you go and the more houses you get through, the better you do as a council. So get the incentives in the right place. So the more you do, the more money there is. We spent quite a bit of time designing that, and pretty proud about that. It's heaps of other stuff in the budget, but I'm conscious you've got, I've just noticed Marimena online as well. Kia ora, Marimena. And so there's heaps of other stuff we could talk about, but maybe it's just a good place to start.
Great, thank you. First question, I don't know.
Quarter, thanks for coming in. Your budget raises rents for social housing tenants. The housing first providers are funded by you for 2,735 places, but as of March, they're housing 3,630 people because of desperate need, and more than 3/4 of the additional social homes that you've announced haven't been built. Why should anyone look at the announcement around housing you made today as anything other than cynical?
What announcement are you talking about?
The homelessness announcement,
Oh,
which
right.
is too little, too late.
Oh, right. Well, I will hand over to Minister Potaka, who has responsibility for this. But when you've raised a series of assertions there, it's quite interesting. I mean, just at a high level, I mean, let's be honest, homelessness it's not a new problem in New Zealand. It got worse between 2018 and 2023, despite billions being spent. So if it was a money problem, we'd have solved it. There's a range of different issues going on, and the underlying problem, of course, is the planning system I just talked about. And that's why fixing the fundamentals of our housing market are critical. And doing that will do the most to solve the underlying problems with housing unaffordability in this country. So that's why we're so focused on it. But it is also true that there will always be social disadvantage and deprivation and people who fall through the cracks of social support, for whom the government has a obvious and legitimate role to support, and that's why we fund a range of providers in our cities to help those people. And so we did that package in October last year, obviously, which has proven really successful. Tama's got the numbers, and get him to take them through them. And then because it's been successful, particularly the outreach services, we've just put some more money into a range of those outreach services, and in fact expanded the range of areas that are able to access some of that money, which is will be well received by those regions. So I kind of reject your characterisation of that, but you're obviously entitled to your views around that. I don't know, Minister, do you want to?
Yes, thank you for your question. No doubt there are some serious challenges for many people who are suffering serious housing deprivation out there. And of course, the Tier 1 statistic that we often refer to, and actually other reporters refer to, as well as the Census 2023 stats, and in at least one area of the four areas, four spheres of that assessment, that being emergency housing, there's been a significant reduction in the number of people, particularly children, living in emergency housing from around 3,342 when we came into office to around 500, just under 500 over the last few weeks. And of course, significant reduction in the number of tamariki children living in emergency housing by over 3,000. We think that is progress. For the most part, we know where people are going to after they leave emergency housing, but there are a number of people who didn't even make it to emergency housing, have been on the street, living rough, living without shelter, and there are a number of initiatives and matters that we have undertaken in order to make sure that we reach those people through often community housing providers and others. Nigh on $500 million, or nearly $500 million, is spent on transitional rapid rehousing and other forms of assistance for those in severe housing deprivation. And we want to make sure that that works efficiently, but we also recognise sometimes we need to take more steps in order to provide the appropriate pathways to support people, a la what Minister Bishop mentioned, the September, October announcements last year, where we added 300 Housing First places funded in Auckland, Hamilton, Wellington and Christchurch. And the great thing is that as a result of that funding, we're also able to communicate expectations and drive accountability in existing funded places that had not been filled. So since we made that announcement, about 650 or so individuals have come out of the Housing First register and actually moved into those houses, and sometimes they've moved on to transitional and other accommodation. But that, in my view, is very considerable progress. And as a result, what we've seen is stabilising and in some instances, in some cities, a reduction of those people who are living rough. Great example, of course, being Auckland, where a number of community housing providers, and in fact, some of the reports are that it's reduced considerably. And that's good news. We also have a range of initiatives around building homes, and you'll know Lisa Woolley out at Vision West and the likes of some of the Māori housing providers, Willie Te well-known assertive personality from the East Coast, building a number of homes out at Turanga Tangatarite, adjacent to the Gisborne Hospital, Tuku, Morgan, Waikato, and a range of other initiatives led by Māori housing providers. And then, of course, the 1,500 homes funded through Budget 24 throughout the country, which has 5 strategic partners, one of whom, Ngāti Rangatira, opened another 10 homes yesterday in Porirua, which I attended.
I can give you an update on the numbers on that, because there was an assertion that they haven't been built or they're slow. The Budget 24 funding for 1,500 places, which was funded through cancelling the first home grants. So in other words,
446.
Yeah, correct. But the funding kicked in on the 1st of July 2025, and it takes time to build houses. So this is the point, is that the funding was allocated in Budget 24 to start from the 1st of July 2025. The current expected delivery of those 1,500 places is actually 1,549. So we're getting more bang for buck than we initially estimated. Budget 2025 places, which was estimated at 550 to 600 to be delivered by November 2026. The current expected delivery is 660. So we're making really good progress there. And for the first time, thanks to Budget 2026 funding through the Flexible Fund, which starts on the 2028-9 period and goes through into the out years. For the first time, the sector now has a 4-year consistent pipeline of social housing places funded that they can plan for. So what used to happen was there'd be a big dollop of money, and then every couple of years would go by and there'd be another big dollop of money. That's actually not what the sector wants. What they want is a 4-year funded pipeline, which they now have. And in a time of very tight fiscal constraints, I'm really proud of what we've been able to do in providing to the sector as a consistent pipeline, delivered flexibly, and we can talk about the Flexible Fund and how it works. And at the same time, we've come in behind the Community Housing Funding Agency or Authority, and we've done the CHIFA, and we've done the Loan Bank Guarantee Scheme, and the Reserve Bank's just recently changed the capital ratios for social housing, all of which is to say, and it gets complicated, but it's important, the debt costs for the community housing providers that are borrowing against essentially the money we give them through the long-term contracts has gone down. The Flexible Fund will mean that we as a government capture the savings, the interest savings as a result of that. And so we're building a much more sophisticated and commercially viable social housing system that is going to deliver houses where they are needed most.
So let me get this right.
Hang on.
In this 10-minute answer, your argument is that homelessness is getting better because of your initiatives. When your own homelessness insights
encourage you to listen. You hang on a minute.
10 minutes. Maybe I could ask you a question.
Okay. Well, if
In the
this
homelessness insights report released today, which points to indicators like in this year, the number of people who've been discharged from hospital to no fixed abode has gone up 30% on your watch. You've come to this committee and you've told us that what you're doing is working.
Okay, so Mr.
you're not
Chair,
even listening to the answers. If you're just going to basically sit there and listen to us and then just throw random assertions out to try and get on the news,
Have another 10 minutes.
good luck. I mean, like that's an approach to doing the estimates. If you want to engage in an actual intellectual conversation around what the housing system works and how it's going to get better,
Maybe I could ask you another.
maybe, like, well, I'm up for that, but I think you're doing the committee and frankly the
Chair.
public a disservice with this sort of
Okay,
approach.
so in relation to the PR released today around transitional housing and outreach, what we've recognised is that we took action into September. We deployed some money into 4 locations, Auckland, Hamilton, Christchurch, Dunedin, always say Hamilton twice. And we recognise that there are additional locations that also have significant need. So we've added some further money into Whakatane, Waimakariri, Napier, New Plymouth, Wanganui and Tauranga. Now, that doesn't necessarily cover the entire country. We recognise that, but we've also got existing arrangements in place in most of those cities that we can bolt onto and we can activate that very, very quickly. I think the other thing to be aware of, 2 things in relation to the document that you referred to. They've been very clear in the last year and a half that the credibility of the data that's supplied is variable. It is not tier 1 data a la census. And separately, the policy decisions that have been made by this government cannot be ultimately connected to as the mover and shaker of numbers. In fact, there's a whole range of circumstances.
It's
like
your
homelessness,
data in this report.
like homeless, no, it's
Just to
not
be
actually, it's the data that's collated and gathered.
It's not our data.
So I'll give you an example from
A, it's
last.
HUD data, and B, it's based on going to talk to councils. not
Yeah,
our data.
I'll give you an example. Last year, we found that one of the data sources was the number of people that was ringing into council to report on people they've seen on the street. That was happening for the Rotorua District Council. That data was being used to fund and populate the report. Now, I wouldn't call that tier 1 data. You might, I don't. So I think we have to be clear about the credibility of data and don't buy into the data as being the be all and end all. We have to go beyond some of that reporting and find out what exactly is going on in each place, because it's not the same in each place. If you rely on just the data you've got right now, the number of people that were seen as living without shelter in Auckland's gone from 950 to about 540 over the last 12 months. Now, we would like to think, and we do think, that a lot of that is to do with the work that we've done to drive accountability in housing first providers who had 130 places that are now filled, that were funded but not filled in September. Now, we think that's a good thing. Ditto the 207 places in Auckland that have now been populated as a result of Minister Bishop's and my announcement in September.
Why do corrections data points show that there has been an increase in the last year of 10% of prisoners who are being released?
Well, we do.
Sleep under church eaves.
So you raise a really good point.
Yeah,
It's you raise a really good issue, and there's an Auditor General report into exits from prisons into the community, and it's an area that's been a significant issue for quite some time. It's actually a bit of a passion area of mine, and it's an area we're doing quite a bit of work on. This is where the review of social housing comes in, and what I'm calling Mark 2 of the flexible fund. So just to give you the brief background, what we did in the flexible fund in last year's budget is we funded an initial tranche of places into the social housing places that could be deployed. And the first iteration of that, we took a place-based approach. So in other words, we said, okay, rather than just kind of pick and mix and throw the money out and see where it lands, let's get granular and particular around where the money goes. We've, as a result of that, prioritised a series of places around the country where the need is the greatest, and allocated specifically Northland, for example, Parafiri, the East Coast, Bay of Plenty, and
Hamilton, Auckland.
Hamilton, Auckland, the sub for Auckland, Hamilton.
Yeah.
So that was kind of Mark 1. We can give you the numbers on the exact breakdown. I just have it right in front of me. Tama's going to look for it. Mark 2 of the flexible fund is going to take a much more particular cohort-based approach to what sort of houses we build. My mantra is basically right houses, right place, right people. And you could probably add to that right support. What I mean by right house is building more 1 and 2 bedroom units. By right place, you look at social deprivation and where the housing need is. And there's a range of different metrics to work that out. And then the right people is taking a step back and saying, okay, where do we get, all housing's important and housing, everyone's important, but there's clearly a group of people for whom housing support and having a house is highly significant to their life chances. okay? And they face huge access barriers into getting into housing, warm and dry houses. Now, we're doing a piece of work, rather than just have our reckons around that, we're doing a piece of work, HUD is doing a piece of work with the Social Investment Agency around that, because we actually have inside central government an enormous amount of data around people and where they go and their trajectory through life. We haven't historically used that data in a particularly sophisticated way to make sure we're building the right sort of houses. So, for example, my intuition, which I suspect you agree with, is that one priority cohort should be ex-prisoners, because we know, in fact, we do have good data on this, people who leave prison, they don't go into a house. They're meant to. They often don't. I've met them personally. They don't go into a house and have the right support around them. Well, what are the chances that they end up back in prison? I would say probably quite high. And the most expensive form of social housing the government provides is prison. Actually, another extremely expensive form of housing the government provides is acute mental health beds. I visited a provider last week in Auckland, which was actually funded by the last government. It's a trial project funded by the last government through the Homelessness Action Plan. It's a 3-year trial between the Communities of Refuge Trust social service provider with the social housing places provided through central government, in which people leaving acute mental health crisis clinics are able to be discharged into social housing. And I got told in that meeting, and this really winds me up, someone in that acute crisis centre lived there for 4 years because government agencies in the social sector could not organise a bed for him. So that's the public policy problem we're trying to solve, is how does the system let that happen? 4 years. So leave aside the fiscal cost, which is obviously extremely expensive for the health system. How does the system allow that to happen? So we have to do better, and that's what we're trying to solve, is making sure that people leaving mental health units or prison or victims of family violence, for example, have a place to go and get their lives back on track with the support being provided. So that's the driver of what we're trying to do. And we're not there yet, and we need to do the work and do the analysis and the evidence drive the policy. But as you can tell, I'm relatively exercised about it because the system is failing too many people at the moment. Anyway,
In the last,
you were complaining about lack of questions, so fair enough.
No, I was complaining that your answers are so long. We've answered 2 questions in 22 minutes.
Well, you've got an hour and 40. Away you go.
Let me ask you a quick one then. Getting granular and specific about it, as you say, there is an increase of 7.4% of high schoolers who are experiencing that sort of housing insecurity.
Yeah.
How does upping the social housing rents on about 150,000 families with high school aged students make teenagers more secure in their homes?
Yeah, well, not all the people will be the cohort you were talking about, but I mean, what we're doing with the review of social housing is trying to create a more equitable system, and we've published all the analysis around this, and it's publicly available. So it kind of goes back to the points I made before, which is who is social housing for, and who are the people that we're trying to prioritise into social housing. And given limited resources and constraints, you do have to prioritise, and that is just the reality. No matter who's in government, that is the reality. And there's a group of people for whom social housing, they earn enough, despite the fact that they're in social housing, they earn enough to actually not be in a social house. It's 29? 29 is the number, right? Yeah. 29%. So not quite a third, but not far off. A third of people earn enough in terms of income to be able to access a lower quartile rent in the private market. And so there's a inequity in the system at the moment. And there are people who are in the same circumstance in the private market as people in the same circumstances in social housing on an income level. And one group of people pay 25% of their income for rent, and another group of people pay upwards of 35, 40, even higher % of their weekly income, even though they're in the same financial circumstances. Now, I think most people would say that's not fair. But that is the system that we've created. Now, there's lots of reasons as to why that system's been created. We are grappling with that system and trying to fix it, but I accept that it's not easy, and it's built up over 20 years. So we're on the start of the journey to try and fix that. What the officials would tell you is horizontal inequity, which is a prosaic way of saying unfairness.
I'll ask you a supplementary on this actually, and just put it in context. So I worked as a trial lawyer and mental health advocate for a decade or so, from Invercargill to Auckland. And people were released from prison is one issue. They're basically almost outcasts in terms of the system. So it's hard to get into accommodation. The other one though, in Auckland, for example, I worked in the alcohol and other drug treatment court for a couple of years, as well, among other things. And homeless people there, they usually, or almost always actually, they always had a place to go that had been organised for them, but they always ended up back on the street. Why? Because they had serious mental health issues, and serious alcohol and drug addiction issues. So my question is, what work is being done to assess that? Because if you have a room or a house, that's not going to cut it in terms of making sure those people stay in that accommodation.
No, I mean, so that's the other part of the equation, right? So it's all very well to focus on the house or the rental, and that's important. The next equally as important part of the equation is the services, the support provided. And I am just like intensely frustrated at the disaggregation of the system. You know, health does its thing, MSD does its thing, HUD does its thing. HUD funds a bunch of providers, MSD funds a bunch of providers, health does it, there'd be any other number of other government agencies. The corrections got its own thing going on. You know, this is part and parcel of the Leviathan state, right? And its inability to provide effective services for people most in need. I mean, it's extraordinary how much money we spend as a country, and yet still have, you know, guys in mental health units for 4 years, or the guy in New Plymouth who was in a motel for 3 years in a studio room with his disabled man in a motel room with his son in a studio room in New Plymouth, even though he'd been allocated a social house because ACC couldn't organise him a ramp. And then they waited 9 months for the resource consent from the council for the ramp. In the meantime, he just stayed in the motel room with the government paying. Like, it's not actually about the money. It's more about the life opportunities denied to him and the social cost of that. You know, like the system fails too many vulnerable people. So we've got a piece of work underway, which we haven't made as much progress on as I would have liked, around getting services that are provided by HUD and MSD and other providers much more joined up and a much more individualised focus. And that's, you know, we haven't made as much progress on that, but, you know, successive governments have tried and failed. We're going to give it a go.
I think part of the, I suppose, more cohesive end of town, Mr. Chair, is around the provision of Māori housing throughout the country, where often Māori housing providers will bring these additional gels to enable a cohesive and enduring solution for whānau. So whether it's Toitu Tairāwhiti who are hardwired into the provision of health and other services in Gisborne, or places like Whakaue over in Rotorua, where they're building hundreds of houses up by the airport. They have their own community housing provider who's working alongside the tribal incorporation who's building the houses to come together to provide that sort of pastoral or manaaki support and care for people who are moving into the house and come from a very difficult space. So what we've found is that Kāinga Ora really builds the house and makes sure the lights on and the mailboxes are sorted, whereas some of these other providers are much more suited to providing I call it a whānau order experience, but a more enduring experience with that wraparound support. And as a result, that's part of the context for us leaning hard into community housing providers and being a bit more agnostic about where we put our boots here in order to get to a solution. Ngāti Toa is a great example too. They've got Ora Toa, they've got the housing provider, they've got employment going on, they've got all these things around them that can provide a bit more of a community and a home rather than just a house.
Makes sense, geez, supplementary.
Can I ask you, last year we were here talking about
I'm gonna get a
Wesley
question.
and we
You
talked,
won't.
about how it was on pause, Minister.
Which one, sorry?
This was Wesley, the Wesley development.
Oh, yep.
1,000 houses. That development, when you were waxing lyrical, as you do, about the nature of affordable housing and the need for supply, that was 6,000 houses. They were going to be close to transport. They were not pushed out into the suburbs. They were right in the heart of the new city, given CRL.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't we prioritise that sort of development, which actually just connects up our city and keeps it as one that is diverse and where people understand each other?
Yeah, well, the Mount Roskill large-scale project is currently underway. My notes here, who's here from KO? Sorry,
Tracy Taylor.
I should have introduced everybody. Might get Tracy
Tracy,
to
if you want to.
come and talk, or you get an LSP person. So my notes say 37 hectares have been developed, enabled capacity for 2,367 homes across the Mount Roskill area. 571 homes are currently under construction. 1,185 homes already completed. They've done some relocations.
That's actually a different area. So this is the Wesley development. And
Yeah,
so
Wesley West stages 1 and
development,
2. Yeah, it's part of the Mount Roskill
we've got a
LSP.
school there that's got 109 kids.
Yeah.
We've got another one that was rebuilt with a really low roll.
Yeah.
The whole community is boarded up. It needs actually the attention, and it was all ready to go. You would have had 6,000 new houses.
And I think,
It's not the same development. It's across. There's one over there.
part of
One, this is Wesley. This is,
it's part of the.
well, you can tell me whether what I'm talking about, which I know you'll be well familiar with, is going ahead. I want to know it is.
I think, yeah.
Kia ora koutou, Tracy Taylor, Chief Executive of Kāinga Ora. So it is part of the portfolio that the Minister is talking about. This part at the moment is under review, and we've sort of got a business case at the moment that we're running through in terms of that, so it is paused. But we have done large parts of other pieces of this project. I do just want to remind the committee also that we have a board that we're governed by, and also these decisions need to go through there. And that is something that there's a few that we've got sort of in train at the moment in terms of discussions and what we do, particularly looking into the next financial year.
Okay, can I ask another something?
Last one.
So you talked about the joined up nature of things, and I take your point. It drives us all crazy. I've got a development, which is the Carrington development.
Yep.
There's not enough schooling. If this goes ahead in the way that it's projected to, there is simply not enough schooling in the area. We have 3,500 at max. We have Avondale full. We have Western Springs full.
Yep.
We need another secondary school.
Yep.
We have a property there, which is the Carrington development.
Yep.
And they've taken the tiles off the top of the roof, and that's letting the water in, and it's eroding a building that could be a stunning school. It could be a community centre. It could be a library. It could be a school. Where's the joined upness for the community with regard to where is the new secondary school? Because people won't buy the apartments that are right there, and they're beautiful. I've been through them. They're fantastic. But they don't know what's going on in the area.
Electorate MP, but let's have
I saw your video, turned up on my Insta. Must have been must have been the algorithm. Got Tama came next, so must have known I was turning up to the committee. Anyway, so we might follow up on that. I actually saw your video about the rain and stuff. We might follow that up. Do you know what's going on there?
Kia ora, yes,
Kia ora.
Jessica from HUD. Yes, so that part of Carrington, that development is, we're now in a development agreement with the Ropu. So that building is always difficult with buildings that are heritage buildings where the responsibility is ensured that they don't deteriorate. But the development of that building is 100% under the purview of the developer, which is Matatuahu Ockham in that instance.
Isn't that a problem? We're like, we haven't, basically everyone.
Sorry,
just-
Can I hang on a minute, because there's another couple of points there. So,
You're right.
so this is the land for housing development, which has got a long history. You know, it started life as the Crown Land Program. It's continued. The Carrington development is actually, you know, it's basically a last government thing. We've carried it forward because it's a good development. And so you know, it's a complicated financial arrangement, but basically the Ropu there has developed that. They've got control of it now, eh?
They do.
Yeah, so we might have a chat to them about sorting out the
Thank you, I love
things.
that.
But on your wider issue, and
Yeah.
you should contact them.
Thanks.
We will contact them, but you should also do that.
I've tried all sorts of
Okay.
faith people, yeah.
Okay. On the
Yeah, well,
wider
that's-
issue around like planning and schools and like you are right, we do this badly in New Zealand. That's what we're trying to solve through RMA reform, spatial plans, precinct plans, integrated planning at a local level, the creation of MCERT so that we're not thinking about housing, transport, infrastructure and local facilities all in disconnected ways and discombobulated bubbles inside central government. We're thinking about it in an integrated way. This is part of what we're trying to do. Like you are right. And just on the school thing, it's my numbers tell me 4,500 homes on 40 hectares of land in Mount Albert, you're illiterate, but it's not 4,500 homes tomorrow, right? Like it's what, 20 years probably?
10 to 15 years.
10 to 15 years. So like there's time to build a school. And should we have got ahead of that and like reserved the land in advance and thought about that? Yes, you are right. You're absolutely right. That's why, for example, down at Drury, you know, we're you know, announced that we're thinking about a hospital there and, you know, we started to make progress on some of these issues. But you are right that is something New Zealand does badly.
Thank you. Just in response to Helen's question, Mr. Chair, there's a long-standing intention amongst the three development Ropu that schooling will be created at that site. And I don't think that intention has dropped away. That's always been an intention over the last decade.
I feel like Tama's going to self-combust.
Well, I am, because it's been 30. Thank you.
Question through the chair.
Mr.
Right, Tamitha, what's your question?
The problem is that I've got about 6 areas that are really important.
Okay, we can
The
do them.
answers are really long.
We can do them.
Yeah, so what I'm really interested in is the income-related rent stuff, homelessness, kind order, and residential tenancy services. So these are like the big areas that matter to everybody, not just one area. And then I've got Wellington questions as well, as you know.
We've all got questions, Tamitha, and we've all been patient.
Well, maybe if the answers could be a little bit more succinct, we could get through a little bit more. And I don't
That's not
want,
your purview.
Trying to be substantive and give you what you need, but yep.
maybe let's not go on big philosophical rants then. All right.
Just
So I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
Move on.
All right. So the biggest kind of, I guess, shocker in the budget regarding housing is that change on the income related rent subsidy from 25 to 30%. How did you arrive at 30%? Like some international measures of housing affordability when it comes to rent would say that 30% and over is unaffordable. So did you just stick your finger in the air and think, let's try put it up to 5%? Did you model different numbers? How did you arrive at 30%?
I guess you don't take this the wrong way, but like why is it 25?
Because there's international measures that say that 25% is affordable. That's why it's at 25%.
I'm not sure that's the rationale as to why government income related rent subsidy support is 25. I suspect it's just a finger in the air and that seemed like the right amount of money. I mean, like we thought it wasn't I mean, there's no science to this. No, there's no particular science to it. We thought it was an appropriate amount to lift to create a more equitable system for the reasons I talked about, you know, before. You know,
How is it
we felt
equitable?
that was appropriate.
Who did you talk to some public housing tenants when you were setting the rate? Because I spoke to two
I talk to
yesterday.
public housing tenants all the time.
And what have they told you about how much $30 a week extra is, what that's going to cost them?
Well,
When their fridges are already empty. Their
Um,
cupboards are empty. They can't pay their bills. They skip GP appointments.
that's true of some social housing tenants. It's not true of all of them. And I just repeat what I said before, which is this is about creating a more equitable system. And you've got to view the IRR changes as part of the suite of measures we are working on. So it's not just about that, but it's about the social assessment system criteria. It's about looking at duration limits. It's looking at the criteria for support, extra support provided so that people have the ability to leave social housing and be more independent. These things work together as a package to create a more sustainable social housing system.
And earlier in some of your answers, you were talking about how you've done some modelling around 29% of tenants could probably afford a flat in the rental market. Is that the only modelling you've done in terms of public housing tenants being able to move into the private market? Or have you considered things like a lot of people in public housing are disabled and only 2% of the housing stock, which I know you know, is accessible, and that they might not be able to live in houses in the private rental market? Did you think about discrimination that people face when they try to get a private rental? What else did you factor in addition to affordability?
That's the whole point. That's the whole point, is that at the moment, I might get MSD. Jeremy, sorry. Is MSD here?
Yes, they are.
Oh, hello. Yeah. So at the moment, the social assessment criteria, so eligibility for social housing, is heavily weighted towards affordability, which is important. Much less of a focus is some of the things you just talked about, which is access barriers, so disabilities, discrimination in the private rental market. Those things are important, and actually one of the perverse problems that we're trying to solve through the social housing reforms is that people who do face those access barriers, who do have severe disabilities or have mental health challenges, or who are victims of domestic violence, or who are former prisoners, they languish on the wait list and they can't get into social housing because there's a group of people in social housing who don't have those challenges. They may have other things going on in their life, but they don't have those severity of challenges, and in some cases earn enough to survive in the private rental market. There's 1,100 people in social housing right now. So they earn enough to pay a market rent, and yet they're in a social house. And so that, there's only 1,100 of them out of 78,000 houses. So, it's not breaking the bank, but from a fairness point of view, it does feel wrong. So what we're doing through a deep dive work on a social assessment analysis, the criteria, is re-tilting the system away from affordability, but not deleting it, towards access, and looking at precisely the things that you are talking about, which is disability market, and looking at the persistence of those challenges as well. And I think if you said to most people, who is social housing for, most people would say, oh, it's for people with disabilities, it's for people who face barriers in accessing private housing, as well as affordability challenges. And so it's about rebalancing the system around that. And we're fully upfront. There will be a group of people for whom the government should just provide a house forever. They've got life challenges and social challenges, and they don't earn enough, and they will never earn enough. And a civilized society looks after those people, and that's the role of the state. And so we're fully upfront about that. But there's also equally a group who respectfully, and this is a challenging conversation, it's difficult to say this, but it's a group of people for whom maybe they need a social house for a while, but they don't need one forever. They don't need one for 20 years. The average length of stay in social housing is 12.7.
It's a further 16.7.
Oh, that's right, 16.7. It used to be 16, so actually the average length of stay. So maybe you don't need a social house forever. Maybe you need it for 3 to 5 years while you're going through some challenges and you become more independent. And then if you move on and move into the private rental market or another form of housing, that frees up that space for the guy on the wait list who's been waiting on the wait list for 5 years whilst he's in a wheelchair.
Yeah, but do you see how the public are lacking sympathy to that view, because we cancelled hundreds of houses?
No,
Yes, you did. You cancelled and delayed a pipeline of kāinga order projects that would have housed a lot of the wait list.
That's not correct.
That's the problem with that view.
That's not correct. We just funded.
It's an Artificial scarcity.
Just funded,
It's artificial.
well,
350
funded-
homes waiting in Wellington Central or Arlington,
none of them funded, well.
waiting, $50 million at least,
Okay, so
wasting away.
Arlington was cancelled by the previous government, not by this government. You and I have litigated this before. July 2023, Arlington was rejected by the previous government for funding because the 305, something, doesn't matter, 300, let's call it 300.
Yep.
The average cost was 423 million. 423 million to Wellington, which is over $1 million per apartment. And even the last government,
Yeah, but you've
even
been
the
saying
last
two-
government
you've been saying
decided that was too
That an
expensive.
announcement is coming that's never come.
Yes, well, we're working on that and I'm as frustrated about it as you are. We're making progress on that one.
On that last little point about, you know, that you acknowledge that there are people that are going to need a public home that won't ever be able to go into the rental market.
Yep.
And, you know, disability, I think we can all agree that's a lot of people with mobility issues, disabled people.
Some people.
Yeah, not every disabled person needs an
Exactly.
accessible
Yeah,
home,
yeah,
but
exactly.
you know what I mean? People
Yeah.
with those mobility issues in that. 4% of Kāinga order stock is accessible. Why did you guys get rid of the target this year for
Well,
build accessible homes?
We did, well, the board got rid of the, part of it's the performance. Was Tracy here? Do you want to talk about the
Yeah,
accessibility
I'd
stuff?
love to
Okay.
hear why.
Well, it's just to reduce, well, I'll let Tracy.
No, keep
talk
going,
about it. No, I'll let Tracy talk about it.
So that was one of our SPEs. I think
What's
I
an
will
SPE,
say-
sorry?
So a
a
statement of performance
expectation.
Yeah.
So a target that we had. We still build a lot of our homes with accessibility features, so wider halls, lower door handles, those sort of things. So that is still ongoing. So a good percentage of our homes are accessible. The removal of the target doesn't mean that we aren't focusing on accessibility, but we do house directly from the wait list. With accessibility needs, we think about that and we think about with our other agencies like ACC, etc. What can we do to the home? But it was so the focus is still there. We just didn't think that it was one of the key targets that needed to remain within the SPE, but it doesn't mean that it's less important and isn't happening.
And once this, as we move towards this new system of the investment plan being much more granular, you know, then this is a work in progress and we'll get there eventually. You know, and it's partly based on the quality of the data you've got, right? So getting a much better understanding about the need out there that links back to the social assessment system and working out the needs of the people on the register. You know, we can be much more deliberate around exactly, like, there's no point building accessible homes in places that don't need them, but you know, so you've got to take a place-based approach and even down to a suburb level approach, building the right sort of houses for the right sort of people. So that I'm essentially agreeing with you.
Supplementary, Arola.
The 29% of social housing tenants afford, I think you've said they could afford market rents.
Lower quartile, yeah.
Lower quartile market rents.
Yeah.
What is that number based on? Like, where are these people in the country?
I'll get in this, you wanna? Thanks.
Kia ora, Nick McNabb from HUD. So this based on work that we did looking into the integrated data infrastructure and looking at households that are in social housing. So an important distinction here to make is that looks at all the people who are currently living in that household, not just the primary tenant. We haven't broken it down by regions of sort of national analysis, but one of the features of the households that make up part of that 29% is extra family members or other people living in that household who may not be part of the main tenancy, possibly reflecting the change in circumstances over time, children growing up and becoming adults. So largely it reflected that there's income coming into those households, which mean that at the household level, they would be able to afford a lower quartile rental.
So you've analysed, okay. So you've analysed main tenants and other tenants known to Kāinga Ora who are in homes, or have you analysed other adults who might reside at the edge of some hub?
So we've looked at it from the census view, so people who were in that household on census. And I guess it reflects a distinction that there will often be other people living in a social home who might be a boarder, who might be a family member, who won't be part of the main tenancy.
Okay, so you've gone back as a snapshot in
It's a
time about
snapshot.
how
Yeah,
many
it's a
adults
snapshot.
there are.
Yeah, it's a snapshot.
Okay. I want to also ask you another supplementary on the number of disabled people who will be affected by the income-related rents and accommodation supplement change. I can hear you reasoning through that there will be a group of people, perhaps 30% as a snapshot of, and it might make sense in relation to helping disabled tenants more if you'd excluded them from the change. But most of the 13% of tenants in social housing who have a disability will in fact need to pay $31 more. Why is it that you're arguing that it's going to be fairer for disabled people and hit them with an extra cost?
Well, we over time, and we're trying to make the system fairer for everybody, and so that's a natural corollary of what we're doing.
Do you have a sense of, in those houses which have been assessed as part of the 30% who could pay more, what kind of people these are? Are these people with disabilities as well? Are they teenage children? Are they elderly people? Why has the government developed a view that there are 30% of people who don't deserve the level of support that they are getting?
I think that's not the way I would put it. As I said a couple of times now, you've got to take a step back and look at the system that's developed, and we've ended up in a situation where there's accessing social housing is for the people who can access it, they end up paying less than people in comparable circumstances, private rental market. And there are very few obligations on them once they're in social housing for that situation to change. And unsurprisingly, the incentives that the system creates for people to stay and never leave. And that's why the length of duration is high, and the number's gone up in the last few years. And we're about creating a situation where, for those who can be more independent, they are. And so I said to Tama that we group of people for whom that's never going to happen, and the system should recognise that. But there's also a group of people who will be more independent over time. We want the system to be incentivised to allow that to happen. And so, there's very little obligations on you once you're in social housing. It's actually quite in contradistinction to the rest of the benefit system, where we have imposed some new obligations on people on the benefit on social security, and so social housing is kind of dislocated from the rest of the system when it's actually part of it. And so, part of that is. This is where all the housing pieces fit together. Part of that is more lower cost options for people to leave. So, the cliff face between people in social housing and the private rental market can often be high. And that's why, we're doing the changes around the accommodation supplement to flatten it down so that there's more options for people as they leave.
I think that's fair, just to scaffold some of Minister Bishop's comments. On the corollary, on the comments around disabled people, there are quite a few people in community group housing, which is a very specific type of housing within our order.
Yeah.
Those people probably are coming out of social housing. They will be there for life. And that's about 2,500. It's in the low thousands.
It's quite a complicated funding picture there too.
And very complicated. On the other side too, there are disabled people currently in private housing and accommodation supplement that will also get additional funds as a result of the changes that have now been deployed. The other thing is that Minister Bishop and I have been very focused on making sure we can activate granny flats, Potaka, and other types of arrangements where we can see more private development deployed to create low cost housing and rentals. And that might not be as attractive as social housing or community housing provision to some people, but actually it's another way in order to provide private housing at a more affordable cost.
Can I ask us up on that? Just
Marumino supplementary.
Oh, yeah.
Kia ora. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kia ora, Minister Bishop. I got hoha listening to Tai Rāwhiti and all those other names, and Tai Tokoro wasn't mentioned enough, Tama, so I thought I'd just drop it in here and just remind you. But to additionally, I'd like to turn your mind to Māori home ownership and whether these new investments, these plans, these ideas will end. And I'm not talking about a tiny home and all of those, which are granny flats and all of that type of scenario. I'm thinking about a full home in a great piece of dirt somewhere in the north, obviously, and for an ever home. You know, I kind of and just to that end. I mean, I remember back in my parents' day, they bought their house, of which I still live in. It was called a Māori Affairs home back then, Tama, and they capitalised on the family benefit. Just in my small sort of mind, thinking, shucks, where are those ideas, and how might they be reinstituted or reapplied in today, given the issues that Māori face in terms of that's something that we're never going to have. We can never think about. It just can't be that. So I just want to put that to you both for some thinking, please.
Well, I think first and foremost, Minister Bishop and determined to ensure that the cost to build housing is lowered, whether or not changes the RM these ideas around national environmental standards for Potaka and other helping with the funding for city and regional deals. So none of that is geared towards jacking up the sale price or the rental cost of a home. It's more towards making it a bit more affordable, let's say, or even accessible for Kiwis to get into rentals and get into their own homes. So that's the first thing. The second thing in relation to your comments around Māori home ownership, those rates of home ownership are very disproportionately different. And I think we know that. And it's strange because 100 years ago, more Māori owned our own homes. But the nature of our family sizes too made the transition over the 50s and 60s very different. So what we have seen with some of the housing developments that are of a mixed tenure across the Māori space is that there's some very good examples of mixed tenure developments that enable not just affordable rentals in the Māori housing space, but also a form of PHO and private home sales. So I think that in the Māori housing provision, what we're seeing is a range of initiatives, some of which are geared towards 8% rental prices, but also tenure that you're describing, and I think that's been a very positive step. The final thing is in relation to the capitalising on the benefit option. That's a very interesting idea, and it's one that I know has been followed before 40, 50 years ago with the DMA and other days, and it's one that I think is ripe for among.
What are you saying? Sorry, what are you saying? What are you saying there, Tama?
Well, I think that that sort of creativity is what we need to help accelerate home ownership in those cohorts that are disproportionately not home owners.
Yeah. The number one thing we need to do is fix the planning system. I can't stress this enough.
Okay.
You know, that is the underlying source of much of our angst. We've got to fix that. You can fiddle around with everything under the sun. Unless you fix planning, you will not fix housing.
Just to start, agreed, and happy to support NPSUD's too stuff if it's good. Question anyway.
Oh, okay.
So just going back to the original question around I think we're really trying to understand who doesn't need to be in public housing. Like I think what we're trying to get is like, who is this person?
Yeah.
But what do they look? Because I think we've got a good idea of who needs public housing.
Yep.
You know, private housing isn't an option. But really just what is the demographic makeup? What's the context of the people who you think could be
Yeah, well,
fine in the private market?
that's the work that's underway right now, right? So, you know, this reform journey around social housing is the next 2 to 3 years and probably longer. And, you know, I'm pretty upfront about it. We don't have all the answers straight away, but, you know, you got to start the work and announce it. Otherwise, you know, if we did all this in secret, you'd be rightly saying, you know, the government's doing all the secret work.
Well, but you know, we already knew about it. That's why I asked you about it.
Yeah, well, I noticed
It's not a
that.
secret.
No, I noticed that. Yeah.
Anyway,
So-
just on that, sorry.
No,
just-
So, you know, like,
this is
no,
the
no,
one.
no, I
We
just-
haven't had one-
I've been
we
waiting.
haven't had one question.
We have questions too.
I just make the point that let's finish this. Which
It
is
is really
the work is underway and now, and we will be engaging with community housing sector, social sector more broadly. We're doing some active work at the moment around exactly what that looks like. If it's a advisory group or if it's a more formal, you know, we're just doing a bit of thinking about exactly that right now. But you know, given there were some budget decisions, we wanted to announce that, and you know, there's a whole PowerPoint that we went through, and we can. There's a heap of analysis that's publicly available, and we can take you through that.
And just,
No,
sorry.
no.
Oh,
And
it's
just before we carry.
Mr. Chair, it's not a question of who's deserved or not. It's a question of our role to make sure, are the incentives right for different players in the housing ecosystem? And in some instances, they haven't been right, even for some of the community housing providers. That's why Minister Bishop, Minister Wilson set up, is to get the funding cost down for community housing providers. So they got the right incentives, so not having to go to the bank all the time.
So now, just before we carry on, for one member who's not usually in this committee, a little reminder of procedure, which is that questions are through the chair. And that respect needs to be given to procedure. There's a lot of members that are waiting for questions.
Okay, fair enough.
Few questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm going to shift tack and talk about incentives for councils. I know you've talked about this, ministers. There's going to be $100 million a year for 4 years, 400 million over 4 years to incentivise councils to process consents. Not much detail about how that's going to work. Can you explain?
Well, no, well, I think that's a better looking at. So I'll tell you how it's going to work. So
and hang on, let me finish.
Okay.
Because I might not get another opportunity. But the other is we want it to happen, obviously.
yes,
What if it's too successful? Because the
well, it's what a
funding-
great problem to
Oh,
have.
it would be a great problem, but if it's oversubscribed.
Yeah, well, it might, well, it's a cap fund because that's the way the funding works. But if you know, we can always adjust it depending on how things go. It hasn't started yet, so let's see. So payments are based on the national average residential building consent value, as well as the number of consents granted and the number of existing dwellings in each council's territory. Consent is awarded, with rates increasing with the proportion of new dwellings to existing dwellings. So the first new dwellings up to a number equivalent to 1% of existing dwellings will be awarded with 0.25% of the national average consent value each. Above that, up to 2% of them receive 0.5% of value, and over 2% they get 1.25% of value. It's complicated on one level, but it's also not, because it just, and we can, like, various people have done the analysis as to what it means at a council level. Auckland gets, you know, consent numbers because it doesn't start till the 1st of April 27. So Auckland's like 33 million estimated. You know, Christchurch is about 10 from memory. Waikato is, Hamilton's what, 8 or something. Yeah. Well, I think that number's available publicly. Did we release that? We did it.
There's a table, I think there's a table in yesterday's question with the estimated
Yeah, there
amount
is.
for each
Yeah,
council, and also on HUD's website, we've got that. And it is, as the minister said, it is an estimate.
So they're estimates. Some councils, oh, there we go. Thank you very much. So I can give you the full numbers. Ashburton, forecast payment is $500,000. I mean, like some of these, you know, Clutha District, 70. But you know, they're smaller districts. So, you know, Auckland gets the money.
Based on, but Percentage of what?
Percentage of
New build.
existing dwellings. So the point is to, rather than just hand out money for new houses, it's relative. The point is we're just trying to design a system where it's relative to the existing houses that are already there. And if you make a growth going up above, at a high rate, you get quite a lot more. So it's a progressive, you guys should be into it. It's a progressive system. Yeah, you can sort of see it. I mean, it gives you the breakdown, and it's designed to send the right incentives. So the point of it is to reward councils that go for growth through money, because money talks, right? So we can, we're going to sort out planning and direct councils to do various things and make them free up land, and we're going to help them on the development levy stuff and all of those things. But my own view, and a broad government view, is that rewarding growth is important because money talks. And, councils have argued for this for years and years and years. They always want free money, and we're handing it to them. Well, it's not free. It's not free. And so they've got to do something. They've got to sort out their consenting systems.
Well, that's why surprising, Mr. Bishop. I'm going to ask you what that figure is for Queenstown, which is one of the fastest growing places.
Queenstown's quite a bit, my friend. It's 7.5 million.
What?
Out of 100.
Per year. It's a forecast payment. It's a forecast payment. So, and question, if we see the amount, we're solving the housing crisis. So we without getting a Minister of Finance, who'll probably tell me off, we'll put if we need to, we'll put some more money in, because that'd be a great problem to have, because it means that the housing will be being built and or being consented anyway. So this is great.
Supplementary, Mr. Jamie.
Thank you, Minister. So just on that, if a proactive council goes, we're going to put more houses in, we're going to get rid of the red tape, and so those numbers can increase because that's the lolly scramble to that, isn't it?
Well, we've estimated it. 100 million is, I think the estimate in the first year is we'll use about 89. So it's, and then it's a 4-year funding thing. So it's 100 million a year. So, it hasn't started yet. Let's see how it goes. If we need to tip him some more, we can do, and we'll go forward from there. But it doesn't mean it doesn't the rates. It's not it's not $100 million that then get redistributed. So if you go for it, the money will be there.
Supplementary, Dana.
Thank you. Just in line of all of the conversations around local government and also the housing supply, what role is the fast track system play in speeding this up?
Well, fast track's been quite successful for lots of industries, but housing developers and development have used it quite successfully. And what some would argue it's easier to use that because it's more straightforward than other more complicated applications like mining, for example. And there's probably some truth to that, but people are using fast track to kind of get around the existing constraints of the planning system, and I welcome that. And I also would make the point, it's not a ultimately we want the entire system to always be fast track. It's the whole driver of the government's planning reforms is we want everyone to have access to less red tape and the ability to cut through the stuff that stops things, and it should be easier to do new greenfield subdivisions. In the same way, it should be easier to do new brownfields developments in existing urban areas and to do upzoning. And it should just be a lot easier than it already is. And part of the constraints often are councils who fight tooth and nail against new houses. I've lost count of the number of emails I get about complaints. In fact, we are at the moment doing an investigation into Tama's patch, the great city of Hamilton, city of the future, who've imposed all sorts of requirements on new housing developments, and we're doing an investigation into the district plan because we've now got these powers where we can reach in and delete them from the district plan. And like one of the reasons why KO sometimes, KO has these difficulties with, like, you would think councils would be pro social housing. Well, you'd think again. Often the councils are the biggest constraint to this stuff. So KO gets put through the mill by council consenting teams that make them do RFI go backwards and forwards and argue about the urban design and the concrete's the wrong colour and the gates facing the wrong way, the doors facing the wrong way, and the what are the other examples? I've lost my list.
Washing lines.
Oh, pipes outside the house they don't like. What are the other ones? Washing lines.
Washing lines.
What's that?
TVs.
Oh, bike racks. It's this is crazy stuff. It's like it's. I mean, you know, basically council bureaucrats arguing with Kāinga Ora, and it's not just KO, it's private developers too. I just know about them because KO report to me about houses, and like, you know, they'll say, oh well, we want to make it look great and all the rest of it. Actually, all of that stuff has a monetary cost and a time cost, and it means that people exactly, and that was gonna be my next point. It means people are not getting access to those houses that want to be built. I mean, Dwell Housing Trust in Wellington, this is all on the public record, was put through the ringer by the Wellington Council in Kilburnie about a new development they had there, about where the rubbish bins were, and like honestly, crazy stuff. Really grinds my gears.
Mr. Chair, warm and fuzzy. Three of the, at least three of the fast track decisions that have been made, moved through and been announced are Māori owned. Mate, Ngāti Koata, Rangi Tōpuni up at Te Kauaumaki, and also the Orake retirement excitements. So there's really good progress.
Well, that's the mission point. Yeah, mission point. Yeah.
So there's really good progress by iwi and other Māori organisations being part of the fast track process to actually get on and build houses for Māori and actually for New Zealand.
And don't forget about papakainga. For the first time, we now have a national standard for papakainga, which rather than every council making it up as they go, and let's face it, fighting mana whenua about developing their own land to build houses for their own people, have a national stand. Every council, that the council can't fight it because it's a national standard through the planning system, so it gets around the district plans. Standardised rules that apply for papakainga on Maori freehold land, on Maori land.
The council's got a man up.
The council has sorted out. We've done that. Yeah. This government that everyone says is anti-Maori, we've done that.
Right, well, I'm going to ask another supplementary, given the fast track, and be remiss of me not to, because Queensland Lakes Central Otago, I think have the most fast track applications in the country.
Yeah,
which is causing some significant angst at the moment among some of the local community because of the underlying long-standing infrastructure challenges, particularly traffic congestion, energy supply, and wastewater. So each application is obviously assessed its own merits, but there is a broader systemic issue at play. How do we solve that?
Well, the people sometimes forget that many of the conditions placed around the fast track applications that are granted involve infrastructure conditions. So there's often a whole suite of conditions placed on the project, which is, you know, you ultimately can't build houses without the infrastructure to quite support them, whether it's the local roads or stormwater, wastewater, sewage, and all the rest of it. So energy, and so you know, some of the projects that I've seen people get a bit worked up about. So there's no infrastructure. Well, explicitly part of the conditions are a range of infrastructure requirements before the project can happen. So I think people sometimes, I think it's the case down your well. And look, the reason why there's, if you want to look at the underlying problem, and I know you know this, the reason why there is so much demand for fast track projects in Queenstown is that the existing Queenstown district plan is not anywhere near enabling enough of housing. Like, that's the reason why, and Queenstown has the most expensive houses in the country, and an enormous housing crisis because the current district plan is so resistant to housing, and so that's why there's all this pent-up demand for fast track down there, and people want to go for it because there's a bunch of people who need houses and they want to go and build and they can't. So, you know, that's like the story of New Zealand. You know, we've managed to design ourselves a planning system. There's 5 million of us in a landmass the size of the United Kingdom, and we've managed to design a planning system that's so constipated. You know, we have some of the most expensive houses in the developed world, and homelessness on our streets. It's all a function of the planning system. Many of New Zealand's underlying problems will be solved when we get RMA reform done.
One last one on this, just, and it might be too technical, but Section 84A of the Fast Track Act gives the Fast Track panel the power to require not just infrastructure for the development itself, but surrounding infrastructure. Am I understanding that correct?
Yes, without having the act in front of me, and not being a savant. Yes, that is correct, I believe. We can put that on notice and come back to you if you want.
Something I think that yours already is probably supplementary from coming, is it?
It's a primary.
Primary.
I've got
Primary.
to start.
I got to something, okay.
Okay, so I love this discussion. I read abundance, was one of the early adopters.
You can
but
join my YIMBY
it's
caucus.
it's not the only factor, is it? It is absolutely an issue, but there are other factors. And when you have housing scattered through a city like Auckland, it's more expensive to do. You need to incentivize want that housing to be built by giving them the kind of resource that makes that housing functional. It's good well-being housing. So where is the money going in to the rail line and the grade separation in places like Mount Albert? Because we're getting rail lines fixed and grade separated out south, but none of that money is going into the Western Corridor, and that will open up the of this housing and allow that kind of housing to be built.
You're talking my language.
Go up about the role of the state here.
You're talking my language.
Money into that.
You can join my cross-party YIMBY caucus. You're speaking my language. I mean, I agree. I mean, so there's a couple of things. One is you've got to get the pricing right for infrastructure, okay? So is it more expensive to build in the boonies compared to in your way? Yes, obviously it is. And we haven't had I mean, you're sort of saying it's not enough and all the rest of it, but like a precondition of all of the stuff is zoning, okay? It is really for Auckland because every other city has implemented the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, which requires upzoning around a train station. Every other city has done it. Lower Hutt did it 5 years ago, and Lower Hutt is now internationally studied as an example of upzoning leading to broader increases in affordability in the same way that the first tranche of the Auckland Unitary Plan was as well. So every other city's done it. Auckland hasn't done it. Now, without bagging Auckland too much, conscious there are a lot of Auckland MPs in the room, there are a lot of good reasons for that. Some are good, some are bad. They're doing it now through PC 120. Yep, we went forwards to get the right approach, but we got there in the end. And it will mean a more affordable Auckland over time for rents and for home ownership. And most importantly, and this housing affordability is critical, but the productivity benefits, the agglomeration and economic benefits of having housing and commerce and offices located near transport are vast, and not immediately, but over time it will lead to all of that. So that is really important. So don't underestimate the importance of the zoning. On the Western Line, you're right, and this goes back to the onset of CRL and how we set it up in the first place, which, you know, frankly, we started we in the broad central government sense started CRL 2013-14. Shout out to Len Brown and John Key and Nicky and Simon and all the rest of them, Julianne as well. I should give her a shout out. We thought about it as a transport project, when in reality it's so much more than that, right? Like it's an urban development project actually, and we just kind of got on and built the railway, and we worried about everything else later. Only now, and this really gets my goat, only now are we getting on with the level crossings on the Southern Line. So we put in 200 mil, local councils put in another 200, so we've got 400 mil. So it's not enough to do them all, but it's a start, and they're getting on with that. There's a program business case being done for Your Way out the Western Line. It's nothing to do with vote housing and urban development, but I'll just tell you. So there's a PBC being done now by Auckland Transport, and central government, I think, is involved in various ways, shape or form, but it is going to be really expensive, but it is important because it means you get the benefits of in fact, some of the biggest benefits of CRL are on the Western train line in Auckland.
New question.
So the short answer is we're getting on with the work. But we should have done it 10 years ago.
Good Minister, I just really want to focus on Potaka.
Potaka, great.
Yes, and I want to acknowledge that this government is actually putting a lot of effort into Potaka. I've heard previously from Māori Affairs, Māori Development about his intentions and the vision there. But to you, I ask, Has the government assessed whether current planning rules favour individual suburban housing over models over Māori collective housing models such as Papakainga?
Well, I think it hasn't been, Tama, he's been in the weeds on this a bit, but the system has not been as enabling enough of Papakainga and other forms of housing tenure like that, or housing typology like that. So that's partly why we did it, to be honest.
Yeah, I think part of the genesis of all this is recognising that there's a real intention amongst many of our whānau to live closer together on our own whenua tupu and our own. But there's a very serious inconsistency across councils as how they've treated Papakainga, some very collaborative, but many pretty average at best. So what we wanted to do is to raise the minimum threshold through the National Environmental Standard and be more enabling. That's why we've said 10 as a permitted activity through the consenting process, and you can also have a kohanga or something of that nature, a community centre that can attach in, and up to 30 under restricted discretionary. That's the minimum threshold, and others may have a different view, but we think that's a good start in enabling, especially multiply owned Māori land, to be a site for housing. Otherwise, you spend 2, 3, 5 years having a battle with council, and sometimes the Māori land court, to be fair.
Yeah.
Supplementary. Do the ministers, both ministers, but does this government recognise Papakainga as a mainstream housing solution?
What do you mean by mainstream?
Well, not just boxing it in for bespoke moments where Māori as a Māori only housing solution, but actually it requires much broader understanding that actually when what's good for Māori is actually beneficial to everybody in Aotearoa.
Well, I think part of the genesis again is around multiply owned Māori land. It's not the only type of land that might be the subject of or the site of Papakainga, but part of it is the inability to get cut through on multiply owned land with consenting processes and council processes and sometimes funding as well. This is just one part of the jigsaw puzzle to more fully enable Māori to activate our own resources in the way that we want to do housing. Can it be an example for others? Maybe, but we're not up to that stage yet. What we're trying to do is make it successful with Māori owned land in the first instance.
So the genesis for this was, I can't remember where I was, but I was talking to some atua who was trying to do it, and I can't remember where it was. I wish I could remember. And I said, well, how's it all going? He goes, oh, you would not believe the problem we've had with the council. He was like, it's just an absolute nightmare. We've almost given up like 5 times, you know. And I was like, well, you know, land, someone wants to build. Often people in need. It's like, get on with it.
That's
like,
right.
So this is the genesis of
One
it.
further supplementary, given that I am responsible to Nicola as the specific to Auckland, which of course Papakainga, Auckland, Māori freehold land, hardly much there, but there is available land. A few hectares of Māori freehold land, Māori owned land, even true land, land is there. The question is what specific policy changes have been made since or is being felt out by this government to unlock those lands for Papakainga specifically and end up at an affordable housing. Right.
Yeah, I think sometimes that intersects with the aspiration of the iwi and iwi and hapu members. So Ngāti Whātua Rākei is a classic example where they've done a couple of different developments. One, 10 homes for kaumātua using GJ Gardner as the builder. Then the others, which was the those tilt slab homes, where there are about 30, maybe 60 homes, and they're Precious and Clark and others live in those homes. And they've done it in a slightly different way where the land obviously remains in collective ownership and they've got an arrangement with individual owners on top of the land. And that works for them, but it might not work for everyone. Definitely acknowledge freehold land. There's not a lot of it in Auckland, and of the Māori freehold land that isn't in play, most of it's sort of out in places like Maraetai or Awhitu or out on Waiheke Island. Actually, there's a big farm out there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the Ngāti Pawa farm, adjacent to Manawar and Stay About It. So, you know, the idea of a urban Papakainga that we raised in the Māori Affairs Committee, I thought was really interesting. And there are some sites such as Khyber Pass adjacent to the Holy Sepulchre Church, which is owned by the Māori Anglican, I'll call it brethren because I'm one of them. That could be the site for, apart from the sight lines issue.
View shafts.
View shafts.
View shafts.
View shafts. Yeah, view shafts.
It's not.
But that is a great site for this type of urban papakainga that you're talking about. And I caught up with not only the folks that run the church, but also, what's his name that owns the Eco Store, Malcolm and others, who were looking at something called bump space. Remember that? Way back when, that were trying to curate a papakainga type
in urban Auckland.
In urban Auckland.
That'd be cool.
And there are a couple of locations where Carrington is a great location because we know that that is ultimately going to end up in the ownership of the development group. So that's something maybe you could take up with one of the development groups.
Supplementary, I don't know.
If you wanted to do papakainga first, why wasn't marae included as the major dwelling in the granny flats legislation last year? Why can't people with a marae build a granny flat for kaumātua kuia out the back in your legislation?
I think they can with a papakainga in the years, can't they? We sort of segmented them a bit. Was the granny flat things helped start the papakainga? I said, well, if we're doing the granny flat thing, what are we going to do for Maori? So that's where the papakainga came from.
Why didn't you do it at the same time?
We were working through
can't remember.
papakainga, MFE and Te Puni Kōkiri wanted just the land standard, but you can, if it's a Māori reservation, build up to 10, not just one granny flat, you build up to 10 granny flats. That's what the papakainga NES enables.
Are you going to bring back the funding for that TPK had for Māori housing repairs, which was cut in 2024?
It hasn't been cut, their funding continues. That's what we were talking about the Māori Affairs Select Committee earlier today. There's funding for papakainga housing as well as repairs and sometimes some literacy programs.
When granny flats was introduced, it was projected that 9,000 granny flats would be built. With the change in legislation, how many granny flats have been built?
I don't know. I don't know if we've actually got accurate data. Is anyone here from MB or MF? See, we're not, MCERT is not quite yet
married up.
It's not, I don't know if we've even got any numbers on that. But part of the problem is we have to wait for the PIMs, the project, what are they called? Project Information
Memorandums.
PIMs to come through, and it's took effect on the 1st of February, so I think we've got like 4 months in, so maybe next year we'll have better, maybe towards the end of this year we'll have
probably
better data.
ask Elon Musk or Google to actually tell us too.
One of the issues that, one of the people that, well, yeah, exactly, once we've got the new digital backing through the planning system, we'll be able to know that rather than have to go out to every council and ask them, because we'll have the national portal where we'll have all that data inside central government.
Check the building consents.
The PIMs.
No, you don't need building consent.
You mean the PIMs?
Yeah, I do. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
But you've got a record of, they'd still ask you for something.
They're asking for a PIM, which is what I'm saying, which is the project stuff. So we'll know that, but we don't know if we've got that data in yet. We can come back to you on that.
Can I ask about home progress?
But one of the things that people complain about is the DCs for the granny flats, development contributions.
Yeah.
People think it's free, but it's not. I mean, like, it's still an impact on the infrastructure. So, the councils have got various different rules around that.
Yeah.
So
I encourage councils to have a proportionate approach, but.
Can I just make a comment coming back into the papakainga space and what you're talking about? We've been pretty deliberate around supporting a range of marae refurbs and relocations, to be fair. We talked about it with Orenia and Māori Affairs Select Committee, like the Ringatu facility at Wainui Road at Ohiwa that will provide for the relevant infrastructure to enable more housing. Ditto out of Tariaka over time, previous government, this government, 25 million. Now that stormwater is sorted, you can actually put housing in place. I've also got all the connectivity and other things. So I think housing doesn't necessarily exist in a vacuum, but it exists across a range of initiatives, particularly infrastructure. Think about what Ray Morris and Ngāti Whakao are doing out at Ōwhata, up on Whananui Rise, just up the back by the Kurakaupapa up there. They'd never been able to do that development at Whananui unless the Tingai Road was fixed by the Provincial Growth Fund money. They'd never been able to pull it off. So a lot of these things happen over time, and what we're trying to do is to make it all sort of work together in a material way, so you don't stop yourself out with a bridge to nowhere or something like that.
I'm going to take a wider lens out and just a new question. So the vote housing and urban development appropriation in 25-26 was 5,506,000,000.
Yeah.
This year it's 10.43 billion, which is almost 100% increase, 89.4%.
I'm not sure that number's right. That might be insert included as well. I don't know. Where are you getting the 10 billion from?
Let's all come together.
That's the total appropriations sought in 2026-27.
Housing and urban development total appropriation is 4.1 billion for the coming year. That includes departmental, non-departmental.
Oh, interesting. Okay, our committee's been given some different numbers, so it's helpful. It clarifies that question.
I think it'd be fair to say the vote housing appropriations are extremely complicated. And it's going to be made worse in the next year or so by the creation of MCERT, which adds a whole layer of complexity. But the estimates are very complicated, and there's an MSD hard overlap.
So can you walk us through that a little bit? Because that's
useful.
Everybody's given different numbers. So could you just walk us through that just a little bit? So you said it's
$4.1 million for department, it's a billion, sorry, for words departmental, non-departmental, just in terms of the MCERT context. There's $63 million for departmental operating from HUD that goes into the new vote, cities, environment, regions and transport.
Right.
So that new vote is focused on the departmental aspects of the vote. So that is the policy advice and ministerial services, the servicing of the programs that are run from the agencies, the broader non-departmental and other operating matters that are in there remain under their respective sector areas for the beginning until any further decisions are made. So all of the broader portfolios, the things that go through the Kaianga order, Housing First, all of those programs stay under housing. There'll be local government ones, there'll be environment ones, and then that's a longer term question for government to decide how it would like to approach those.
Can I just check a couple of other numbers then? So I've got here $2.275 billion for the purchase and provision of social housing through the multi-category appropriation.
Yeah, that's the IR, that's the income related rent. Well, it will be the income related rent.
Yes, that's correct.
Social housing multi-year appropriation.
And that's not included in the number that you gave us before?
That will be included within
that. It is included? Okay, that's cool. What about the where is this? It's the same social housing number.
Just in terms of the increase, I think that you've asked about from the 5.5 to 10 billion. I think that reflects the restructuring of Kaianga Ora's debt. So they're moving from borrowing from the market to restructuring it through the Crown. So
we come back on that. So what happened under the previous government, for reasons that are not clear, KO started borrowing. Well, it's clear actually what happened. They started borrowing a lot, but essentially through the private debt markets, private bond markets, and they got Bloomberg terminals in KO. Interesting approach. And the last government eventually saw the silliness of that, and the Crown now borrows. It's complicated, but the Crown now basically borrows for KO and then passes on the borrowing. So the Crown borrows the cheapest rates, right? So KO was paying what, 50, 75, even higher. Anyone remember? Sorry? Yeah, so KO was borrowing at 100 to 150 basis points higher than the Crown could borrow at, even though it's a Crown-owned company. So it's just like vaporising money. So that was nuts. So even the last government realised the futility of that process and brought it back in-house. But that's had a consequent flow-on effect through the through the books.
I think that's it's making sense now because there's the Kaianga Ora Homes and Communities Crown Lending Facility of 4.76 billion.
Well, there you go, that'll be it.
That's right. And then we've got Kaianga Ora Homes and Communities Private Debt Refinancing Facility of 1.24.
Yeah, well, I've still got some of that debt. It's part of the other part of the problem.
And the last one was refinancing the Crown Loans of Kaianga Ora Homes and Communities, 418.258 million.
Yeah, well, it's a real success story, the KO turnaround plan. We haven't talked about that, but it's a tenancy satisfaction's up, build costs are down, we're recycling capital, selling houses in expensive areas and doing retrofits building new houses, making more economic use of the land, more 1 and 2 beddies. Debt is forecast debt levels in 29-30 are $10 billion lower than they were in November 23 on the board approved budget from memory. So it's a real success story. That's $10 billion. The Crown doesn't have to go out and borrow. So it has a real impact on the Crown books.
The last question I'll ask on this is just because it was a little bit, just understanding those numbers, those headline numbers. But this is a refinancing debt that Kynewater had, but doing it for a different mechanism where you can get a lower basis point.
If you put it as a follow-up question, we can give you a full breakdown and writing of it. But yeah, I mean, the underlying issue will be KO used to borrow privately. They stopped and now they borrow through the Crown. That creates savings for everybody. But there have been a whole range of consequent flow-on impacts to the books, which I don't have. In front of us. We can get you that info.
Thank you. You've got a question?
Yes, I do. It's sort of semi-being answered around the granny flats. But this committee has also had a long-term insights briefing into the ageing population.
Yes.
And a lot of that was based around housing, the housing needs for the next sort of 20, 50 odd years. And we know that they're changing. Granny flats is great because that could see a shift in, parents moving in. I don't know if we want my parents moving in. But there is definitely, I think.
And not just grannies too.
I know. They don't want to move, it's fine. So I think there is that aspect of it, but what sort of long-term planning or work are you doing in this space to make sure that whether it's community housing projects delivering or whether it's and that aspect, or even wider planning if we could. And may changes.
So the biggest thing is sort out planning, which I've litigated long enough. But you're right, and it is a real area that I'm focused on because retirement villages are great, but they're not for everybody. Okay, for any number of different reasons, not the least of which is they're often extremely expensive. And KO houses tens of thousands of seniors. So often KO is the answer, and community houses as well. And I'm quite into affordable rentals. Okay, so which is a middle tier of housing on the housing continuum between kind of social housing, where you're paying not a lot, which I would like to be prioritised, and let's not restart that discussion, but I'd like to be prioritised for those who's most in need. But there is definitely a role around, sub market rents, 60 to 70, 80% of the market rent. So more affordable, but not social housing, but also not market rents. If you think about the Christchurch Methodist Mission in Christchurch, for example, they've got a really good little product like that. If you think about the Abbey Fields, they do a great job, and often a bit of Crown capital or a bit of government support plus the community, bit of philanthropic stuff can get these developments away and make them economic, and there's a real role for that. The point that the Abbey Field guys would say to you is, everyone who's in an Abbey Field house, which are these sort of more communal, collective, what they are, everyone in an Abbey Field house, they've got the data that they say, which we're going to do a bit of interrogation into, delays the onset of going into aged care by a number of years. Now, again, this is where we want to take the system right. So if you just think about that economically for the government, well, prison's expensive, acute mental health care is really expensive, so is aged care. So everyone we can delay the onset into aged care, not unnecessarily, but, delay it, that's a fiscal saving for the government. Now, the government books we don't think about that stuff we don't think about that probably as much as we do. So that's the point Abbeyfield would make to you, and I broadly agree with their proposition. So we're just doing a bit of thinking around some of that stuff. So it flows into the flexible fund work, and it flows into the prioritisation of social housing work. But there is definitely a role for the government around affordable rentals for seniors, because as our population ages, not everyone can be in a retirement village, and you also want people to not stay stuck in these big old drafty old houses, right? People actually want to downsize and move into an affordable unit, and And of course, that frees up that, I mean, it sounds harsh, but it's true. That frees up that house for somebody else.
All right, I'll Tama, the last question or two, or whatever, what you managed to get in there.
I've been too verbose.
So my last one's about tenancy services.
Yes, so we've got someone here.
Sad to leave renters to the end and with only a couple of minutes left.
We've got someone here from Tenancy Services.
Cool. So
You
I've got. Yeah, come on
no one
up.
here from
Come
here.
on up.
Claire, come up to the front, Claire.
So my question's about bond returns.
Oh,
And
yes,
I
yes.
got a table for you.
Yes.
Because I just thought this would be like
Okay.
a useful reference.
Can't wait.
So as you can see, the bond return times is just getting slower and slower. So 2024, you're looking good.
Yeah.
2025, you're starting to have issues
Yep.
and people are having to
Yep.
wait over 20 working days for their bonds. So what's
Yeah,
going
new
on?
system. So it's a
I've
new
also got
system.
a graph here.
So it's a new
if you
system.
wanna
So I'll tell you what I'm going to offer on behalf of MB, who aren't here.
Shout to the camera.
The reasons I'm not clear about.
Getting slower and slower.
So I'm going to get MB to come and give you a briefing.
Yep.
Get the committee in to write to, they can do that.
Yeah.
Get
There's
MB to
something
come
going
in.
on.
Yeah, so it's a new system. So it's
Yeah,
a
there's a
whole
new
new, what's it called?
Tenancy bond system.
There's a new tenancy.
What's the program called? Bond modernisation?
Bond modernisation.
Bond
program.
transformation.
Yes.
So the whole new system coming, it's actually rolling out okay. They can come and give you a briefing on it. Once it's finished, the system will be a lot simpler and cheaper to run, and you won't have to go through this ridiculous submit all the pieces of paper and sign and check the signatures, and it'll all be electronic. It will integrate into many of the tenancy managers, property managers. They've all got the back end systems, right? So they're doing quite a bit of work to integrate them in.
I think part of it too, Tamitha, is just there's a couple of outliers in your list around the 5 working days and even the 10 working days. What MB did is they put more staff on to get it up and going. And if there is no decrease in numbers, then we're going to have to look at that again. Then we have to talk to Nick and others running MB. But we should do the mahi that Minister Bishop said anyway and bring it in just to show you this is how it's going. The other thing that's really...
I do regular check-ins because it gets raised with me by students.
The other thing that's really important and touches Minister Bishop's heart is pet bonds, which we're nearly up to 10,000, like next week.
10,000.
10,000 bonds.
You got a pet bond?
Yeah.
Yeah, pet bonds.
Are you a renter?
Yeah.
Okay,
What's wrong with
so
that?
pet
Nothing.
bonds-
I just,
Pet bonds are
Need
very...
more of them in here.
thought you'd be an Arrow Valley homeowner.
No, I won't say that. I won't say that. I won't say
Mr.
that.
Chair, thank you for your time.
Well,
Appreciate your effort.
thank you, ministers, thank you.
Get MB to come give you a brief. It's actually going okay, but it is an issue.
Just big,
So
yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, no,
Interesting corridor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very good.
Parents who don't find out when to bring
Thank you for watching the Order Paper, your express ticket to the New Zealand House of Representatives. Every episode, we unravel the complex world of legislation, debate, and democracy. From bills to select committees, we've got it all covered. From our team of political commentators who will dissect and explain what's happened so you can remain up to date on what's happened in the Aotearoa, New Zealand Parliament. To support our channel, you can become a Patreon member at patreon.com/it'sintheballot. The Order Paper podcast is brought to you by It's in the Ballot Productions. Live